Okay, we are back with Chaos Theory, my fledgling attempt at being a DM. We are joined by our wonderful troupe of Round Stumpy and friends who are going to be the party. And before we get going with all the intros, we'll just do a quick recap on what happened during the pilot episode. The party, after spending 6 months away from their first interaction with each other, which was the goblin horde thing, which we didn't stream, it was episode 0, basically. They were called back to Albric's forge, where his troop of goblins were busy working around on the armor. They were called by Magic the Goblin, the second in command to Albric, in charge of the goblins, who has been training as an enchantment wizard. And during his training, he got use of the sending spell, which he both used to call the party there and to communicate with the friends and family of Albric's goblin employees. Magic learned that one of Albric's employees, Wester, his sister, his sister's village was under attack and in need of some aid immediately. So, using a teleportation scroll given to them by the incredibly powerful enchantment wizard that the party knows, Magic teleported the party into Wester's sister's, gosh, that's a sentence, house, in order to have them help with the evacuation of the town, I guess would be the right word. Albric and Rowan helped the small troop of orcs that were there to help secure the village's supplies, while Ricky, Styx, and Talsum went throughout the town trying to get the villagers to leave. There was a little bit of resistance from some of the villagers, and a few of them drew their weapons when the more human members of the party opened the doors. But they were able to actually get the entire village on the carts and ready to go when several troops of soldiers, all of them human, started invading the town. Ricky opened up with a devastating radiant fireball, which destroyed an entire platoon of soldiers that were attacking. And through Magic and Albric bomb rushing one of their leaders, the party has been able to eliminate all but a handful of the attacking soldiers. They, at this point, have Albric surrounded right over here by a handful of clearly wounded soldiers. One of the ranger-looking soldiers ran towards Styx and attacked him with his short swords, while his friend up here has been supporting him with bows. Talsum's Spectre has slowly been eating away at some of the enemies and is currently flanked by a couple of the last remaining soldiers up here. The cart was told to stay behind and wait for the party, and if anybody notices that was here from the last stream that notices, I added in a token for Ricky's giant weasel that is pushing his shopping cart. It is an image of a giant weasel pushing a shopping cart.
Like something out of Food Fight.
Yeah. I'm never good with recaps, and I feel like I might need to start writing these myself. But at this point, I'm going to introduce each person as we go down the line and let them talk about their character for a split second. Aglith is Ricky. Anything you want to add, Ricky?
No.
Alright. Bishop of Cheddar is Talsum. Anything you want to add, Talsum?
Yeah, hello. Actually, since I'm the asshole that last time had a terrible mic quality, so can I get a chance to give a better description of Talsum?
Absolutely. You can go ahead and describe your character for the stream.
Thank you. So Talsum is a mellow-looking half-elf with unkempt hair and a scraggly beard. His clothes might have been considered fine-looking if clean, but are now covered in dirt and stains from blood and alcohol. From food and alcohol, sorry. The only valuable item on display appears to be a gem attached to a bracer. He seems to be carrying a backpack, a metal cooking pot, and a lute, but no weapons to speak of, so he looks more like a simple traveler than an adventurer. Yet here he is, kicking ass and taking names.
All right, very good description. And when I say if there's anything to add, if there's anything that I, the DM, forgot that the players themselves did, that's what I meant in that sense. So if you guys, there anything you guys wanted to add in that I forgot to mention that you wish to bring up. Icarus, who is playing Rowan. Anything you want to add? Anything you want to bring up?
Not that I can think of.
All right then. Melvin, who is playing Styx. Anything you want to add or bring up?
Hello, and I would just like to say Styx truly does not believe that Ricky is 100% human. He has to be some kind of murder fairy. That is what he truly believes.
Understandable, considering how Ricky has fought so far.
I mean, the source of Ricky's power in this world, like his advanced knowledge, is the fact that he's been summoning Fae for a long time. And they've been giving him like tutorials on the basics of magic.
So
What
you're technically not wrong, yeah. Alright. Ye Olde Scoutmaster. And I'm using your names because that's how it's coming up in the Discord overlay so that people know who's who. Ye Olde Scoutmaster or Albrick. Anything you want to add or bring up?
I am the raging dwarf in the midst of it all. I'm just curious though, last time Ricky summoned a dryad, speaking of the Fae, that dryad is still alive, correct?
Yeah,
it's right there.
Yep.
Okay.
Just pinged
She's
it.
like super small.
Yep,
I
I
tried
making
to
sure she was still alive.
I forgot that was there, but it's so tiny.
It's my tiny little murder sprite.
Oh.
think of it as like Teenage Groot.
Wait, if it's Teenage Groot, it should have killed all of them.
Right, no, I'm saying visually wise and height wise, that's about what you get when you summon a Dryad, Ricky, is you get a Teenage Groot looking thing, but it has the stats and everything of a Dryad.
A very angry Teenage Groot.
And I hope the sass as well.
Alright.
I am Groot.
And is there anything, I know Talsum, you didn't have access to Roll20 last time, is there anything that you want clarification on or pointed out on the map for your benefit? For instance, your Spectre, which you should have control of, is up here.
Yeah, I can move it. Remind me, where did the weasel come from?
The
A
weasel...
bag of tricks.
Yes, Ricky has a bag of tricks, which is an item that lets him summon, and this is my homebrew of it. It lets him summon one animal per day that lives either until its HP hits 0 or the sun sets in the sky. So he summoned a giant weasel because it's a roll of dice to see what you get, and he has it pushing his shopping cart, so that's why he has it over there.
If I could have picked, it would have been a tiger.
Speaking
Right.
of sunsets in the sky, what time is it?
This battle started just a bit after about 12:30, if I'm remembering correctly. If I'm not, then I'm retconning it to be that. And so you guys are like just getting into like 12:32, 12:33. I can't remember exactly how many rounds there's been at this point. But we did leave off at the start of the round in which Ricky, the Smoke Wizard, has his turn. If anybody else doesn't have any objections, we'll just go straight into this and get this presumably quick ending to the encounter done.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright then. At that point then, Ricky, it is your turn. We left off with your full turn, so you are able to do whatever you wish.
Okay.
This is just for the people watching the stream. I have two separate windows. One is the stream window, and one is my actual DM window where I control shit. You guys are seeing what the players are able to see, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to let the players watch the VODs, and I want them to be able to watch the VODs if they want to. So if the stream image doesn't change or is weird, someone please let me know. I'll try and check right now.
I know what I'm gonna do.
Alright.
I'm a witch bolt this fool.
Which one are you witch bolting?
The one right in front of me.
Ah, the one that's attacking Sticks right now.
It's attacking my little buddy.
Alright. Make a ranged spell attack.
Unlimited power?
Unlimited power. Oh my. Yes, you definitely hit this person. Roll the damage real quick. Yeah, he's dead.
Wow.
Damn, max damage.
Wait, no. No, I was looking at the other person. He's not dead.
Oh, but he wish he were.
Yeah,
In any
he is
case-
definitely bloodied at this point. He gets at this point he drops to his knees for a quick sec and is just like puffing smoke out of his mouth.
Ricky casted a radiant version of this one too.
All right.
He brought his hand up, his signet ring for his noble house glowing, and he screamed, "Special beam cannon!"
Oh god.
You know, I'm trying to downplay my own weebness in this campaign because I knew it would be super apparent, and the other reason is because Ricky's going to be enough for all of us. All right, that's going to be your action. I know there's a bunch of other stuff that this thing can do. I'm trying to read through it. Each of your turns can use your action to deal with damage to the target. Alright, okay. So it would be your action. Is there anything that you want to do as bonus action, movement, or free action?
No, I'm pretty much good. Just holding my my radiant laser on someone.
Alright then. Then, right after your turn, I believe it is your Dryad's turn. And is there anything that you'd like it to do? Your Dryad, I will say, is looking pretty beat up, but so is the guy that it's right next to.
Well, because I accidentally left the page. Everything's harder for me to view. Okay. I know exactly what it would do. It would phase step behind this fucker,
Oh, okay.
because it can phase step anywhere in an unoccupied space 30 feet away. Because I made it the Furious variant, it has advantage on the next attack roll it makes.
It would anyway, since it's flanking with Rowan.
Yeah, but I also wanted Rowan to get the advantage.
No. Okay.
To make sure you're okay with losing that thing, right?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Alright, good.
It's almost dead. And then its melee weapon attack is 3 plus 3. Yeah. So 6. 1d20 plus 6, and then a lot more damage. Does that hit?
That actually misses.
Oh,
Well, there's advantage.
And that will hit, though.
Wow.
Okay, so
Also, I figured out how to roll for the GM only, but it will still come up on stream. So, you guys won't know what I'm rolling for, but if you watch the VODs afterwards, you can see what the rolls were. Yeah, he's dead.
nobody tell him that I have the stream. Oh,
That guy was on his last leg.
I'm just imagining it like teleports behind him and then quickly cuts off his head.
Omae wa mou shinderu.
Nani?
Sound.
Don't forget there's an archer like 10 feet to your left.
Right, there, you would know the guy right here, Rowan. He basically ran up in the middle of the fight and started shooting at sticks to support the guy who ran at him. It seems as though he almost doesn't think you're there. Next up in the turn order, if you aren't going to do anything, I assume that's all you want to do with your Dryad?
Yeah.
Alright. Next up is your goblin friend, Rorik, who is down here on the cart. He's been basically protecting the cart the last couple rounds. He doesn't have a shot on any of the enemies at this point, unfortunately, but I believe he still has, I think, 2 superiority die left. Yeah, at this point he'd only have 4, and yeah, because he used to.
Can I say something to him?
You can if you're using it. If you're saying it to Rorik himself.
Yeah, I imagine he's looking a little tense, not sure what's going on.
He's actually incredibly calm for the situation that's at hand. If you remember, he one of the things that he's told the party last time is that he fought in quote-unquote the last war, and so it seems as though he's used to fighting, and it doesn't really strain. He is basically setting up his crossbow so that the moment anybody gets past this corner of the house that isn't an ally, he's going to take their head off if he can.
Right, so I just look at him and go, "Don't worry, we got this. We'll go back once we finished up the ones here."
That's not you. Yeah, none of the stuff he can do actually doesn't anything. So Rorik will just nod at you acknowledgingly, and he will basically hold his action for, like I said, if anybody gets into his line of sight that isn't a friend, he's going to shoot. Next up, Talsum, is your Spectre's turn. Which is this guy up here. You did say that you can move him, right?
Yeah, and I have his sheet.
Good.
So let's see.
He is currently flanked by 2 guys.
Let's see, which one does he hate more? Spectre turns to the one south of him and goes, "You always eat with your mouth open!" Attacks.
Why does your Spectre get so many nat 20s?
Nice.
It's just like that last session.
Oh my god, I'm not even in control of it now and it's still nat 20.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh god!
Oh my
so
god.
good.
This is just too good. This is just too good, I swear.
And here we thought you were gonna balance this, but I don't think you're gonna be able to balance this with how Roll20's treating you.
Look, if Roll20 wants me to send the entire army at you guys to make it an actual fight, I will do it.
Never mind, we're good.
Okay, so that is his attack action. Do you want him to move at all, or do you want him to do anything else?
No, after eviscerating the one in front of him, he just slowly turns to the one behind him. Oh yeah, John.
My name's Fred.
Oh, that's even worse.
This guy looks incredibly scared at that point. You scared him enough by the fact that he just snuck up on these 3, took out the guy that was already dead, and then did that. But yeah, he's looking pretty scared now. We go down to Styx. If that's
I'm
all.
actually here talking as the Spectre, but it's probably better if you did it, since it's still your character.
Well, here's the thing. If you have control of something, I like the idea of you guys being the ones speaking for it. Unless you're talking to it, at which point I will take control of it.
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
We'll figure that out. But I figure you're the one who summoned it. It's currently existing by your will, so you can voice it if you want.
Okay.
So if there's nothing else you want to do,
It's this. Oh, I've been forgetting one thing very important.
Hmm.
It's when you say, like, it's 12. I mean 12, the afternoon, right? Like, in the morning. I mean, I know it's day, right?
It is. The sun is directly overhead.
This thing actually has some light sensitivity,
Oh, that
so it would
is
have
right.
disadvantage on everything.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that.
So in that case, we'll ignore the +10. And this guy is not dead.
I thought you were dead!
Not dead yet.
Oh.
Yeah,
Do you-
direct
do you
summon,
wanna be?
doesn't that thing have to like roll to stay alive?
No, I think it's just a disadvantage thing. It's how.
He does still has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, this guy does.
Where is it? Oh, I should have it here, but I don't have it. It'll just reduce his maximum hit points by that amount.
Oh,
It probably won't matter here.
We're gonna kill him regardless, so yeah.
Yeah.
How does that work math-wise? Is that do you treat that as just added damage during that attack?
No,
then?
it's like if he had the opportunity to heal later, which he won't, he will be able to heal.
Oh, okay. So he keeps the same HP. It's just his max.
Yeah.
Down. Gotcha. I'm trying to check out something real quick because I have.
What if his max HP goes below his current?
And then his current HP goes down.
Yeah, then he dies.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm trying to check
And if
something.
you reduce their max HP to 0, you reduce them to nothing.
So pretty much what I did during the one shot.
Yes.
How do you
I
do
feel
it?
like eventually you're gonna want like a warhammer to necrotic damage.
Nah, I'm good with what I got. Plus, also, I only get one attunement weapon, so I'm good with Spell Crusher.
Oh, yeah, he failed. So that would reduce his max HP by 12. Then, correct?
Yes. But again, it really shouldn't matter for now.
No.
It's like a Dementor taking its life.
Yeah, they're like taking the years off of your age.
Oh, I get you. All right. Is there anything else that we are forgetting?
No, and I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'll set up the sheet and the page for the Spectre, so I completely forgot as well. I meant to check up on that, and as well, I also meant to make an actual sheet for Ricky's Weasel, which I plan to make a sheet every time he summons something. But that is all good. Now we go down to Sticks at this point. I apologize for the teasing.
Nah, it's fine. I'm gonna try to stab this dude straight through the neck. God, no.
That is a
Come
miss.
on.
Ooh.
Luckily, I have 2 attacks. Hey, 20.
Ooh, 20 will hit.
I'd hope so.
7.
Yeah, he's dead. You want to kill him?
Yep. As he is standing up, I just get ready to walk past him. And the second he starts to say something, I just push my rapier straight into his throat. And while walking past, I just rake it out to the right side.
Lovely. Do you want to move or do a bonus action?
I would love to.
Alright.
Wait, hang on. Let me just make sure I'm moving in the right amount here.
You don't want to be there.
Look, no meta.
Okay.
No
okay,
meta.
You
Right, sorry.
you said that. You said that. I'll just move straight up.
I'm fine with a little bit of meta, but during combat, we need to keep it to a minimum. Understand?
Right, sorry.
You're fine.
What if the in-character has a chance to say something?
Right. For instance, if Styx was walking towards there, you could in character say something if you wish to.
Is that the case this time then?
We can go with that.
You don't want to go there.
Right. We'll say that you did that as part of your speaking action. You warned him not to go close to that side.
So let's go to Cone of Death.
Do I still have my bonus action?
Yeah, you still have your bonus action, as long as it's not something that's required to be done as part of an attack or anything like that.
Wait, oh wait, no, I think I can, like, forfeit my bonus action to attack. Right? Yeah.
I haven't played a monk in a while, and I don't think I've ever played your kind, so I'm not sure.
No, it's just part of your bonus action. You can't attack.
Okay.
If
you can either, as a bonus action, you can either use one attack or you can use a key point and do a flurry of blows.
Right.
Yeah, I think
There's
you
that.
used your bonus action attack against the first guy.
Actually, no, I have, base, attacks.
Yep.
Yeah, at
I
5th
mean,
level,
my-
he gets a second attack.
Yeah, but the way that that's actually stated is that that's a second attack for your bonus action. That's the way that it's actually written.
I don't go that way. If you're a monk and you have the ability to use one attack action or a key point for flurry of blows, that is a bonus action on top of your stated attacks.
Yeah, no. At 5th level, a monk gets the extra attack feature, so he has 2 attacks as part of his attack action.
Right.
So
I think technically you would still have one rapier
he's
attack.
still.
Yeah, and your bonus action. That is my
No,
fault
He has 2 attacks,
No,
one with a bonus action or 2 with a key point for flurry of blows.
Right.
So, I
Now you can attack him.
punch this guy? Okay.
You can.
can.
Yes,
You
you
can-
can.
no matter what,
If
you can punch
if you
him.
just punch him once, then that's just your bonus action. If you punch him twice, that's your bonus action with a key point.
That will miss.
Yeah, sadly, I miss.
Use the key point.
I don't
Fire
think
off
he can.
the second fist.
I don't think he can now. It's before
no,
he uses
it is
the
something
bonus
that you have to declare before attack, unfortunately.
Yeah, and plus, like, I'm planning on using, like, most of them to try and heal this guy, so,
Yeah, Albrecht, you're almost completely surrounded by a field of corpses other than your allies.
Yep.
Alright, is that everything that you want to do that's movement, action, bonus action? If you want to say anything, you're welcome to. No.
yep, that is it.
Alright then.
I was
Rowan.
waiting for some like Asimar supremacy stuff.
I would like to just step forward a tiny bit,
Alright.
and I'm just going to say under my breath, Snoggle, which activates my necklace of necrotic dragon's breath, and I'm going to scream full volume at this guy.
I will say this guy was focused on Styx, so for the first split second, he didn't realize that you were an enemy when you were approaching, especially since you're human. So you take him entirely by surprise with this.
Oh, hello, fellow human fella.
For that, he has to make a DC 15 Dex save.
Alright, what is this guy's dexterity? Okay.
But if you're saying he's essentially flat-footed, I think that would be disadvantage.
Oh, he passes.
Damn.
Ooh, then he takes half of the damage that I put.
Okay.
It's half of that damage. That beautiful damage.
12, so it would be 6.
It's necrotic, you said, right?
Yes.
Alright.
Let's do those things.
So you take him by surprise, and you scream this into his face, and he starts withering a little bit. The tips of his fingers turn black and shrivel a little, which is not good for someone using a bow. And he is now focused entirely on you, Rowan, as you got his attention. Is there anything
Alright,
else
hang
you'd
on,
like to
let
do?
me check something in my bonus actions. A single melee attack is a bonus action because I'm in a frenzied rage. So I'm going to swing my warhammer at him.
You've actually got your regular attack because the spell on that's a bonus.
Oh yeah, I forgot! The necklace isn't an actual attack. So I'm gonna swing my hammer at him twice then.
Yeah.
And let me just see what I roll. Say 8 for the first one.
Nope.
And a 22 for the second!
That will hit. Roll that dabblage.
Smash his face.
Ten bludgeoning.
Oh, that is just enough to kill him.
I'm just gonna swing it and splatter him against the wall that he's right beside.
Alright. So that is your bonus action. Do you want to move at all?
Hang on, let me measure something. Yes, actually. Apparently I have enough movement speed to go up here.
Alright. With that, Albric, it is your turn. There is a field of corpses around you, your friends have come to your aid, and there's really only one guy left standing next to you, and standing is a funny way to say that. He looks beaten, bloodied, and half dead.
Okay. I am going to swivel right over here so I can have some advantage. And I am going to go into a frenzied rage and swing at him 3 times.
3?
Yep. Oops, I hit it once too many times, sorry. Does the 15 hit?
The 15 will miss.
Okay.
The 24 will hit, and
forget the 12, that was a mistake. So
Right.
he got 15 slashing.
he died. The 24
There we
was
go.
you killed him with 4 times as much damage as he had HP remaining on that one hit.
That's right. I'm getting tired of these. Ah! That's my
But
turn.
yeah, and so the only 2 remaining are up here. The random dwarf, he's the guy driving the cart, apparently with his feet, because I'm too lazy to change his image. I meant to do that. I knew I was forgetting a few things. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
It's fine.
He is going to basically look around like, are we going yet? Just kind of waiting for you guys say on if the cart is to move or not. He's driving the cart, he can't really do much. At which point it is Talzum, your turn.
I turned, assuming I heard that, I turn to the dwarf and say, just a few more seconds. And do I have line of sight to this guy?
Barely. Technically you'd be looking just over Albric's head, but you would barely be able to see him.
It is still within range of my longbow.
Alright then.
And so, Talsum, being too lazy to walk to a better position, is just gonna shoot. Ooh, 14.
Ooh.
That will miss.
Oh,
Well, if you've got
Roll 20 had to catch up at some point.
yep. Anyway, second attack. Man, why do they squirm so much? Oh, even worse.
Nope. Roll 20 is getting her vengeance.
Oh well. I turn to Rorik. Say, if these guys hate non-humans so much, how come they use horses?
You get a little confused look from him, and he just shrugs for a second, like he doesn't actually know.
I just have a small smile as if, yeah, it's a joke, I know.
All right.
I'd-
Is that
I'd
all you're
like
going to be
say
doing?
That the dry hat face palms at that.
Is that all you're going to be doing, Desmond?
Yep.
All right then. At that point, it is Army Group 2's turn. I really should just call them, rename them Army Group, since Army Group 1 got destroyed in one round.
Completely wiped.
So,
Obliterated.
Also, can I say that as Talson fired his shots, he just goes, "Oh, yeah, right in the head, damn, ooh, it's everywhere."
roll deception. If you're trying to act like you hit something, roll deception.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, if he wasn't ugly before. Only roll well when bullshitting, yay.
I'm imagining Talsim like infiltrating one of the human army's forts and just going up to the front gate and being like, "No, I'm actually human. I'm just in disguise."
Rorik,
See, here's their
right.
fake.
guys, calm down. Rorik looks at you as if like you actually hit. Okay, like he seems to believe you, but he's kind of tentative. And with that, we're up to Army Group 2's turn. So, after Talzum scared the shit out of this guy, and with Rowan running right at him, he's going to try to nope the fuck out, which gives both your Spectre and Rowan an attack of opportunity, if you wish to take them.
Coward!
We will go first with Talzum's Spectre, just because it is first in the turn order. That's how I'm going to do stuff like this.
Yeah, that's good because it gives me time to check my character sheet.
You stole my sandwich that time!
God damn, why do you keep hitting me?
It wasn't a crit, but it was close.
There was a crit on the other side.
Yeah.
Roll damage.
For 11.
Right, well...
This guy had so much hate.
Alright, and now it is Rowan's turn for an attack of opportunity as he tries to flee.
That'll be a 15, which I'm pretty sure is a miss.
I have so many things up right now. That is a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And with that, he is going to... Actually, he's going to dash off the map.
Rawr! He's gonna tell the others!
He is technically one square off the map right here. So if he's within range of things that you guys can do, then he is technically one square above. But he took the dash action to get the fuck out of there. This guy
He's just out of range of me.
Right.
Not me.
I love how I say that and just all the rulers appear.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. He's
We don't
always
plan on
in
letting
range
anyone
of me.
1 mile, baby.
Yeah, technically.
Mile?
So this guy, he's also scared shitless, but he knows that running isn't going to do much. So he's going to try and take a swing. Who's texting me right now? Shut the fuck up.
Yes, he could die tired or he could die fighting.
I apologize about that. I had to turn my phone on silent.
I respect that. You'll die a warrior's death.
So he's going to attack your Spectre. What does he have to attack? Oh, right. These guys. Alright. What is the AC on your Spectre again? Oh, that actually hits.
It's 12 for me.
Yeah, you rolled just above. So...
Oh no, my temporary monster takes half damage from whatever he does.
And after math, after reductions, that is 3 piercing damage on the Spectre. Because these guys were armed with spears. He does have a second attack, and seeing that he actually hit and it looks like it did something, he will go again.
There's hope yet, boys. Oh shit, I'm the only one.
That might be a bit what is going through his head. Is on the last one here, might as well go down fighting.
It's like his friend just ditched him.
That hits again. Damn.
I mean, it's not that hard, so good on him.
No, but these guys were rolling shit last time.
At least they're rolling better now. Yeah, I mean, like,
it's another 3 piercing to the Spectre.
Okay.
So he just basically jabs at the Spectre a couple times with his spear, and then just looks around and realizes, well, at least it's a warrior's death, and resolves himself.
Spectre is not even. Spectre, if it could look bloody, it's not even looking bloody.
Right. He knows he did something, but he knows he's not going to kill this thing.
I'm nonplussed, sandwich thief.
Alright, so after that, it is a civilian's turn, which is technically would be just Dutadub, who is on the cart, who can do nothing other than look concerned that we're all still here in the village. With that, we are back at the top of the turn order again. Ricky, it is your turn, friend. You can definitely see from where you are that the one guy fucked off.
Did you say that he's 1 square off the map?
Yes, he is 1 square off the map.
Oh my god.
Please don't waste too much on one guy.
If I move 30 feet up, I can hit him with my firebolt cantrip.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and do so, sir.
Now he's within 120 feet. And I just realized I don't have to cast the spell because I have the entire thing down as an attack.
That will miss.
Oh.
He sees the firebolt go past his head, and he picks up pace. Afterwards, are you going to do anything else, Ricky, I should ask?
Nah, there's nothing else I can do.
Okay, then it is your Dryad's turn.
The Dryad will move 5 feet to the right, and then face step there.
Your summons are working as a team, I love it.
Well, mine is intelligent.
Summon squad.
If you think this is great, Evil Ricky summons demons.
How many summons do we have right now?
So, you want to be right here?
Just the
More
2.
than any normal person should.
Yeah,
the
well, technically 3, the
Oh, no, wait,
weasel.
3. Yeah, because of the weasel.
4 if you count Ricky's bird.
Oh, yeah! I forgot about Celestial
Like I
Verb.
said,
Don't worry about Celestial.
or
He's
More
just
than
hanging
any-
out several hundred feet up. He's good.
okay, so
So he's gonna face step over there. Is there anything else that you want your Dryad to do?
Oh, just to attack.
No,
I
right.
just realized, has Celestial Burb checked in on where the army is?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what it does.
Oh, I mean, like, recently, like, this session.
Well, no. It's only been like a couple of minutes since the group attacked, and it's been about 15-20 minutes since Ricky last checked through its eyes.
It can also communicate telepathically with me and is an intelligent creature.
Yeah, okay.
So
I
does
will
that
keep.
hit?
Yes, that will hit. 22 is gonna hit. Oh my god, he is very much dead. In fact,
Seeing that one
There we
fall.
go. We're done.
In fact, he
One
does
of
not
those
get a saving throw.
D6 Is a force damage. I kind of want the Dryad to like stab him in the chest, and then from this stab, just this explosion of force liquefies his organs from the inside out.
You do have a lot of evil Ricky in you right now, don't you? All right.
Seeing that one fall, I just quickly say, even though in my frenzied rage, we need to get out of here.
They know we're here.
Okay, guys. With that being said, and considering that technically the last person alive is just off the map, are you guys okay with me saying that we're done with this, or do you want to keep going? Because Rourke's not going to do anything, and I don't know if your Spectre can.
I'm good with moving on.
My Spectre, no, but Talsum is actually still within range of him with the longbow, but he will let him go.
Styx, is there? Would you actually try and go after him in any way?
I mean, I could, but the injured take priority, and like with him, who cares if he if he tells his boss that he got his ass kicked by five people, who cares? So,
Especially if he
Yeah,
tells them that they got destroyed by non-humans as well.
Right.
Yeah, they're coming here anyway.
I'm just going down the line real quick to make sure everybody's cool with this. Rowan, considering he ran away from you, would you not go after him? At this point, it would be like a car chase, and I don't know if...
Yeah, I already measured. He's out of my range. I can't get anywhere, so I'm just going to begrudgingly head back to that wagon.
Okay.
Is he still like in a straight line from me?
From you, Ricky? Yes. Actually, he is one square to your left, I'm sorry. But he is one square off the map.
I mean, he will get a chance to dash again before your turn.
Right.
Well, I doubt he can get out of the range of a mile. I'm just determining what spell would be most
Dude,
appropriate.
he's gone. He's just a human.
At this point, he's
A
actually...
human that deserves death.
At this point, he's actually dropped his shield and spear, and is just booking it. Alright, Albrecht...
All cowards deserve death.
Albrecht, I'm guessing you aren't going to be running after him?
Nah, he's not worth it.
Alright, tells him you already said that you were going to let it go.
Yeah, he's like just pointing at him, and he's about to do it, but that's
Okay.
enough for now. And then he will look at his Spectre and go, "Come here, boy."
Alright, you have control over it, so you can bring him wherever you want
Yeah.
it to go.
So,
With all that said, Ricky, if you want to attack him with Celestial Bird,
oh my god.
why?
Here we go again.
What's the
Did you
min?
have to?
Hold on. What is the minimum damage that a fireball can do?
Half of
8?
8.
Yeah, 4.
Okay, you don't have to roll then.
So it just hits.
You didn't have enough HP to survive even passing that.
Wow.
This isn't something that you roll to hit. It's something you roll to avoid.
Yeah,
I know,
meant
that's what I'm saying.
It killed.
Even if he had passed that, he didn't have enough HP to survive half damage on
That's it? It actually happened?
If Ricky actually did that.
Yes.
So, for those listening, a fireball just went out
Right.
from Ricky.
Ricky...
As Talsum was debating about letting it go, he turns back and suddenly there's a nuke behind him.
Just to be sure, Ricky, by the time it's your turn, he'll be actually 65 feet past the edge of the map.
1 mile if it be.
Yeah, I just gotta move 30 feet up and I can do it.
Alright, I'm just double checking. And that is the end of that combat encounter. We are out of combat. You guys are free to do as you wish. I will say that I want to make sure that we don't have too many people talking over each other if we can. Just because it makes it a bit hard to follow.
I'm just gonna head back to the cart, and as I'm passing Ricky, just be like, "Good job with the coward."
Styx is going to get my dwarven friend here all healed up. 12d6 plus hang on, let me just do this math real quick.
So, real quick.
12d6 is 9.
Real quick, while Rowan and Ricky, when you guys approach the cart, you realize there's only enough space for 2, maybe 3 more people, considering that the people on there are smaller creatures. You can probably squeeze 1 extra person on board.
It looks like we're in luck.
So I healed 17 hit points. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep, and pretty much you just see Styx's eyes glow, and weird tattoos start to glow on the palms of his hands. They weren't there before. They just magically appeared, and he just poked your forehead, and yeah.
I had 10 hit points left.
That's better than nothing.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, I'm back up to.
I can see everybody's HP. I'll just say when I came in earlier today, I'm like, oh, I didn't realize Albert was that low.
Do any of these the weapons of any of these dead soldiers look decent?
They all had what looks from what you can tell, they all had the standard issue spear and shield, except for the commander down here, and they also were all wearing chain, except for the commander down there who is also wearing chain, but he had a long sword.
How many arrows does the archers have?
The archers themselves have about 15, give or take however many they would have shot. So I'm just gonna say each one would have about 15 arrows. I will ask this: how long are you guys gonna take sitting and going through these bodies? Because at this point, the dwarven gentleman who is riding the cart is basically yelling out, "Lads, we should get out of here. The rest of the army is not far behind."
Literally, I'm only taking 2 arrows and putting them into my quiver, then just gone.
All right.
As Rowan is running by me, I would ask him to grab swords or shields or spears, whatever he can grab to fill his arms of these dead guys here, and I'll grab the long sword and shields and whatever else I can grab.
I'll say that I grabbed a shield off of one of the guys then.
Well, but just so that we can put it in the cart so that we have other weapons, because who knows what we're going to be coming up against, and other folks might need weapons.
All right, so, however much I can carry in just while passing by, however much I can pick up while still walking.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not gonna make you guys roll for this. Rowan, you're able to grab 2 spears and a shield. Albric, you can grab a couple of shields. One a little bit better, not any difference in stats. It just looks nicer because it's the commander's and his long sword.
Okay. Any of the spears or no spears?
You can grab 1 spear.
Okay.
That's if you're rushing to get out of here at this point. You can definitely get those arrow sticks. Talzum, is there anything that you want to grab? I saw you moved up here a bit.
Well, he's just grabbing his spectre. He goes to it. Imagine the spectre is still tearing out one of the guy's bodies. And he just goes, Hey boy! Come here, little ghost pal, come on.
Alright.
Spectre turns do you want to take care of it? It's kind of weird if I do it, I think.
If that's how you feel, I can definitely take care of it. Yeah, it was basically mutilating this corpse because nobody told it to stop, and so It looks over to you, and it starts moving over, hovering, and it's like holding up its arms for whatever nothing that actually does to the sun as it walks over to, as it basically like hovers over towards you.
Ah, there you go. What's your name? Actually, don't bother. Your name is Rupert now.
How
Come on,
long does
Rupert.
this last again?
Until the end of my next long rest.
Okay.
And then I can do it again.
There's room in the wagon for the weapons and stuff we picked up, right?
I will say this: these wagons are made by goblins, and
Yep.
so it's meant to hold goblins. The orc, or not, I keep wanting to say orc. The dwarf is riding on one of the horses, holding the reins of the other in order to drive it. In the back seat, you have a large dog, think mastiff, and two goblins taking up the back area. So one person, possibly two, could get on the other horse, and one person, possibly two, could fit into the back. If you bring the weapons with you guys, that second person in the back probably won't fit.
I'm fine with walking.
I can just, yeah, like I'm like just as fast as like a horse, so I'm good to like run alongside the cart.
Yep.
Quick question about my shield, by the way. Is it the kind that's held or put on your arm?
Check which you just grabbed a random one, right?
Yeah, I just picked up one while passing.
They have the ones where you have to actually hold it in order for it to be effective.
Alright, so I was gonna say I'll equip it, but I'll just hold it in my left hand, so like I'm ready to use it if need be.
I'm gonna put the extra weapons that I grabbed and stuff into the wagon and just run alongside.
Yeah, I'll put the two spears that I grabbed in the wagon as well, but I'll be walking alongside it.
I take the actual seat in the wagon so that I can try to eke out a short rest and get some spell slots.
Alright, there's still enough room for a couple people, which tells them if you want, you can get on there. I will say we can just yada yada, the Spectre can keep up pace. I'm not going to do anything with that.
Yeah, he's not very fast, but I imagine he just keeps going. Eventually catches up to us.
I can say he just rubber bands like the wolves in Minecraft.
Just teleports. Yeah, Talsum looks at the free space and just goes, for me, thanks.
Alright, so you would be on top of the black horse on top. So then Rowan, Styx, and Albric are planning on going along with the horses. Yes?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Also, Talsum points to Spectre. Also, don't mind him. He's cool.
Rourke was kind of eyeing it for a second, especially since it's a Spectre of the enemies, but he knew something was kind of up. So he lowers his crossbow that he had leveled on it.
Yeah.
So
His name is Rupert. Say hi, Rupert.
My dryad also lasts for an hour, so I would have it accompanying us too.
Ah, okay.
I'm sure.
I will say that your dryad is small enough where he can basically sit in your lap. I don't care what the actual size. I don't care what the actual size category is for this thing. I think that's.
I think the actual size category is tiny.
Okay, right. So, with this being how people are wanted to be set up, anybody who is not on the cart, if you want to keep pace with the cart, the dwarf is not going to be running slowly because there's an army approaching.
Dwarf has. Oh, that dwarf.
Yes.
Yeah. I have a 45-foot movement speed now, by the way.
Same here.
Okay. Rowan, what is
I
your
have
movement?
40 foot.
Okay, so you guys are able to keep pace. Nobody's going to fall behind. But I will say, if you intend on, because these basically going to be having these horses dashing for a while, anybody who's going to be running alongside is going to get 1 point of exhaustion by the time we get to the next scene.
Oh,
That means I'll be at 2.
I was in a frenzied rage, yeah, so I'll be in 2.
That means I'll be at 1.
All right. So, at this point, it's just going to. I'm just going to take us off of that map real quick. This is an outdated map for anybody on stream. I actually have. Oh wait, no. I should do this. There we go. This is an outdated map for anybody on stream. I have been altering it just a little bit lately, and I didn't have the time to put the newer map on. So, as you guys are leaving, the dwarf basically puts the horses in the high gear and start booking it. Albert, Sticks, and Rowan, you guys are running alongside. You guys are looking back.
I am Naruto running.
Yeah. Ricky, are you going to be using the burb to look around the area?
I'll be trusting the burb to alert me of any enemy forces approaching.
All right.
But I'm going to be trying to
get that short.
How long are we going to be journeying for in the cart?
I'll get to that in just a minute. I will say that a couple minutes after you guys are gone, your burb would, annoyingly to you, wake you up and basically tell you, man, you guys just got out of there right in time. And he'll explain how the one guy who got away must have run to somebody with some pull, because the next thing that happened was the town got basically peppered with catapult shots.
No one got away.
Oh wait, no, that one guy. No, sorry, I forgot about that. My apologies.
There were no survivors.
No survivors!
That is my bad.
Just one short corpse right at the entrance.
Either way, the fact that nobody returned meant that that the enemy must have thought of using more force, and so either way, the village was then peppered with catapult shots. Essentially, anybody who would have been left behind at that point was not going to survive.
Yeah. Talsim turns to Ricky. Was that last one really necessary?
Yes.
He was a coward. He deserved to die.
It was a beautiful explosion.
I mean, it was kind of over at that point.
I needed to test what a lightning-based fireball looks like.
I still need to test something of my own.
And you concluded that they don't do well with fire.
I concluded that the enemy does very badly when facing wizards.
At that, Ricky, Rorik would kind of look over towards you. Humans don't have much magic-y people. They rely on numbers.
No wonder they suck.
How, are they... Just how many? Is the whole country like this?
It's been a long time since I fought in last war. I've been in village for a long time. I'm not sure population densities.
What do we know about Kuratha, by the way?
So, what you guys would know about Kuratha, considering that you live in the kingdom of Politvia, and the Belmintian Empire is between the two of you guys. By which the Belmintian Empire, by square mile and population, is actually the largest country on the continent. So you guys don't really get that much information from the other side of it. You know that Kuratha exists. You know that it had a few wars in the last century. That's really all about it.
Can I roll a history to see if I know
Exists.
You can roll history if anybody wants to. They can roll history to see if they might have found out anything else through their travels. Sure. It's possible.
Not like it hurts.
Talsim got a 16.
I got a 9.
Ricky's a nerd. He got a 28.
If only this was like a medicine check.
I'm on disadvantage, so that's a 10 for me.
So, are we doing this while we're running?
That's all up to you guys. I'd say that you guys would have, you can hear the conversation because they're having to yell over the sound of the cart, so it's not like you wouldn't hear it. So you guys can definitely ponder it if you want. So Styx and Rowan, it's a country that exists, and you're there now.
Yeah.
Talsim,
I'm here to explore and kill.
Talsim, you would know that the civil wars, in particular, the last couple of civil wars, have also been the result of humans trying to get rid of everything non-human. So this isn't the first time this has happened in the country's history. Ricky with a 28. Dear God.
More master.
You would
How many
know.
people did it have exactly?
You would know that the ancestral rulers of Kuratha were actually the elves before the humans actually started immigrating from the eastern continent. And Kuratha was one of the places where they, because it's the linkage between the two, one of the few places Kuratha serves as one of the two linkages between the two major continents. And because of that, it was one of the saw one of the highest immigration rates of humans when they started coming to this continent, which was originally it didn't have humans on it, way back in the past, like several centuries ago. And so it was originally controlled by humans. It was originally controlled by elves, and after a while, the humans became the majority, and thus started the several series of civil wars of which the country is known for. The first one, the humans took control of the country. The last couple ones was basically the humans trying to get rid of everything non-human, and it resulted in a sort of split in the country, which technically isn't recognized by any other nation, but and there isn't a different name for the two sides of North and South, but it is basically the South was non-human and North was human. And from what you can tell, it seems as though the humans are, yet again, trying to get rid of the non-humans.
So it's another extermination war.
Pretty much.
And you would also know, Ricky, because goddamn 28, that the humans generally try to come up with any excuse they can think of to vindicate their civil wars to the rest of the country, so that if they do succeed, they aren't seen as evil or anything like that by the rest of the people. So there is most likely some reason that kicked the whole thing off that they're using as either a scapegoat or a legitimate concern.
So humans originally came from the other continent.
Yes, technically the continent way back many centuries ago was primarily just Fae and other non-humans like the dwarves and gnomes.
Okay.
But over the last few years, humans have basically, gotten into every part of this continent.
We're short-lived, so we bang.
Pretty much. That was the...
Humans acting like rabbits out here.
Alright. Unless anybody else wants to do anything, it will be... this is the reason why you guys got that point of discussion. It'll be actually several hours that you guys are running at full blast alongside these horses before the dwarf who's driving considers, alright, we're probably far enough away now, and brings them back to just a normal run. Once again, anybody is free to jump in if they want to be doing stuff at certain points. So at this point, it would be about 4 or 5 o'clock at night. The sun is just starting to dip down a little bit. And
how much longer do we have to travel to get to the orc encampment?
Are you asking this?
Yes, actually, yes.
Talsum wouldn't mind, like, switching. He's not as fast as the others, but he wouldn't mind switching places and run while someone else goes his place.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to. So I guess that's what I'm trying to determine, because I am now at 2 exhaustion points, and that means that my speed has now been halved. So this dwarf.
Okay, I will say this: the exhaustion points are if you
slow.
are staying alongside it until the point that I'm about to get to. So if you do switch out, you wouldn't get that second exhaustion point.
Okay, that's fair. So So my question would be, how much longer do we have to go?
The dwarf would look back. Well, boy, the stronghold's still another good 12 hours away. We're going to have to
12
stop.
hours.
Aye, we're going to have to stop along the main river with the rest of the caravan and take a night. We're not going to be able to get there today.
I will hop on the wagon.
Okay then.
At this, I would like to say to Ricky, "You want to help me pass the time and also test something out?"
I think Ricky is trying to get
Sure.
a short rest, right?
Oh, well, if we've been going for 5
You've been going for 5 hours,
Then-
and the dwarf will also say it's going to be another couple of hours before we get to the camping spot.
Yeah,
So,
then I would
about
have been
6.
able to complete my short rest.
Alright, at that, I would like to say just, "Hey, cast a fireball at me. I want to try something."
Cast a
Alright.
fireball at you while you are running alongside the wagon.
Yes.
Can you not
And
do
can
it?
I at this also have my warhammer in my hands?
I think you're one of the ones running alongside, right? So you can definitely
Yes.
do that, but it's going to give you a little bit more winded by the time that you reach the destination.
Yeah, I'll kind of slow down so it gives a tiny bit of distance from everyone.
At least 20 feet.
Right.
I'm also gonna give him like a little bit of like a wide berth too, just in case.
Man, you guys are crazy.
It's him, not me. I don't want to get hit by any kind of fireball, ball of fire, or anything.
May.
And as he shoots it, I want to swing my warhammer so that it impacts with the fireball and activate counterspell, which is enchanted on the warhammer, to try it out. And because counterspell just instantly kills any spell at level 3 or lower, I don't have to roll. It just immediately obliterates the fireball without any effect.
Alright, you Louisville Slugger that fireball into 1,000 pieces of radiant energy. And it Rurik just looks back as he's on the back cart and he's just like gives you a weird look as like why? Jutalib, who is who took a small rest as well because it was stressful, that whole situation, is woken up by that actually, and he starts freaking out, thinking that you're about to be attacked before Rorik calms him down. It is another couple of hours as the dwarf who is driving the.
Telsum just says, "Was killing a small scouting party really not enough for you guys for today?" I mean, I don't
I
judge.
need to try out my new toy here.
It was pretty cool, I'll admit.
There's a good
Thank you.
chance that we might help defend a out of game. Is it called a raid or is it like what is it called when one army tries to actually take over a castle or
Stronghold.
That is a siege.
thank you, a siege. We Six would say that we might be helping defend a siege not too long from now.
Just getting in my practice.
Alright.
Wanted to make sure it worked before then.
How long does your dryad last again, Ricky?
It only lasts for an hour, so it'd be gone.
Alright,
It
yeah.
disappeared a long time ago.
So Albric is in the car right now. Is
Yep.
Telsum the one running now?
If you guys want to switch out, you can. The horses are going not at full blast, so I'd say
Okay.
probably about 30-35 feet at this point.
Okay, yeah. Telsum has standard 30 feet movement, so that should work.
You should be able to
He
keep
looks
up fine.
Yeah, he
Ricky-
leaves his backpack behind at least.
Right.
I'm
Ricky would try to get in a nap.
Also, this entire time, you guys were able to see the rest of the caravan off in the distance, but you haven't been able to keep up or catch up with them quite yet, because they got a little bit of headway as you guys fought down the last couple guys in that encounter. But eventually, You guys get to an area on the riverbank where you're able to pull the carts off. And there's a little bit of woods around it, but you're able to pull the carts off. Everybody from the first couple of carts it comes up and thanks you guys, and people start putting fires up and getting ready for the night. At which point, I will bring you guys.
What time of night is it now? Is it
About
already
8.
dark, or
it's
is
about 8 o'clock, 8:30. There's just the last bit of lights from dusk leaving as they get the
Okay.
fire set up.
So I would, just as we pull up, I would just, those goblins look kind of funny.
Those are the. All right, I didn't have images for them last time, but those are the children.
No, that's cool. It surprised me. I would look at Ricky and I would just say, hey, Ricky, can your bird? How far away is that army?
I would like to look through my bird's eyes after it flies like a mile up.
So
Fucking weasel, man.
So it can only see a mile away, right?
It can be a mile away.
Okay, I will say
They
from
can see
where.
a ridiculous amount of area.
Right. If you're gonna put your bird up by the time that you guys start camping up, your bird can't see anything that looks like the army approaching, and it doesn't look like there's really anybody else around other than the caravan. So from what it can see, you're clear.
Well, it looks like they've either made camp or they are pursuing with no lights on. Either way, we've got time.
I would. Okay, so hearing that, I would. I forgot the goblin leader's name.
Jutalum.
Yeah, Jutlup. There we go. I would find him and say,
Hold
look,
on.
Also,
just
if I can make a suggestion, for the sake of, since we're at the beginning of the campaign, and for anyone else listening, maybe we should refer to ourselves by our character's name.
that's
Like
fair.
Talsum would do this, or
Fair
Rowan.
enough.
So Albric is going to look at Jutlup and say, look, we should just make those cook fires, and then as soon as we're done cooking, put them out, just in case that army has any scouts out that we can't see.
All right. So this is the current setup on the map. If you guys want to be anywhere else, let me know. You should still have control of your characters, but essentially, you guys were asked to come sit over here with Jutalib, Rorik, and Bragg, the leader of the orcs. Over here, you can see that the rest of the orcs have set up defensive positions, and you even saw them lay a couple of traps in the woods in order to protect this cart, which has all of the supplies that they took with them. The women and children are around this fireplace right here, whereas a couple of the women and most of the men and the dwarf, your dwarf friend, as well as like this is a dog, this is a cat. They're all around this main thing. And yes, the the weird looking images are the goblin children because I figured I needed visual representation of them.
Okay. So,
And you
So
guys
if-
should be able to see the names of the people that you
Yep.
have met at this point. I'm looking on.
yeah.
There.
Is Rorik taking charge of the camp? Or is it someone else?
So Jutalib is the village leader, but he's taking. He's basically Rorik's acting like as his advisor, considering that Rorik is the veteran of the village,
Okay.
and Bragg
Yeah.
is basically like I'm protecting the supplies. That's what I'm here for.
Talsum will. I mean, he's been running for like a few hours, I guess, so he's really tired. But okay, I'm a bit tired, but I don't know. I can cook for a bit. You want me to?
Why cook? We've got ravioli.
I don't.
And then Ricky would start placing ravioli cans close enough to the fire.
Do you have enough for a few dozen?
I have enough for us.
I will say that the other campfires up here and over here, they've all gotten like their own rations and stuff out, so you don't need to feed the whole camp.
Also, like, we still have rations from, I think, either magic or someone else gave them to us, like one of the
I
goblins.
have rations from my pack back here.
Guys, yes, we all have rations, I'm sure, but we all deserve it a little bit better than dried meats. Come on, let me try this.
If you're gonna cook, I'll eat. Is what
Sure.
Albrecht says.
I mean, ravioli.
Now, Styx is going to look at Albrecht, and he's going to say, "You need me to try to make your wounds a little bit better before you go to sleep, or do you think you'll be fine?"
No, I think a good night's rest will take care of me. I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Now I am going to relax and like pretty much as he stretches up to the air as much as he can. He also flexes like his back and stretch his wings out too. Again, they are not active, but he is going to stretch them out. It has been a stressful day, and he is tired, too tired.
All right. As you guys are getting everything up, Jutlip will take your advice, and he'll inform the other fire pits that once they're done, once they're done using them, they need to be put out. So they will take care of that. Bragg is just kind of sitting a little solemnly by the fire as he looks towards the carts and looks toward the rest of you guys. Alright, so here's the situation. That cart there full of the supplies. That is what is letting me bring these villagers into the stronghold. You lot might have some trouble getting in, especially you human types. As he kind of points towards Rowan and Ricky, and he starts to point towards you, Styx, and you realizes his mistake.
I just eye him so hard, just don't you fucking dare.
He almost first was saying it, but he realizes his mistake.
What was that? Why didn't he point at you? I feel called out.
I'm just gonna flap my wings towards his face and just I'm not human.
Oh.
Knowing the history of this location, I would respond in Sylvan. You assume too much, sir.
I have no idea what you just said there, mate. Well, I hope it's a good thing.
Well, I was thinking that maybe because the Fae were the ancestral owners of the land, you might recognize the language.
Well, yeah, no, he shows no recognition of the use of that language at all. Nobody that you can see has any recognition. But he continues going on. So here's your choice, mate. You can either stay here and wait for the human army, or you can come with us and try your luck at getting into the gates. I can put in a word for what you did there, helping us out. And it's not going to really be worth that much during wartime. I'm only a volunteer corps member. The actual army is a lot more strict.
How Albrecht says, how far are we from the border of this country to the next country?
Well, next country. You got a good couple of weeks to go south if you want to head there, but I wouldn't really do that for you. There's a bunch of drow kingdoms down to the south, and all they do is kill anyone who comes on that land.
What about to the west?
Well, yeah, what about to the west?
Well, they've got their military borders set up with what our civil war going on. They ain't letting anyone through.
So there's a war on one side, an active war on one side of this country, and a bunch of meanies on the south side of this country. So what you're saying is,
we were to sail out?
We ain't getting out of this country on the land.
Well, look, the stronghold that we're going to is the only port left that's not controlled by the Yumis. To clarify as well, if you were to go to the west and try to go through that kingdom, you'll have to go through the human army. They have all the western lands at this point.
Yeah, I would.
So
rather take my chances
did you
there.
say this stronghold is a port?
Right, this is our last
Would we
port
be
that
able
we
to
have
get a
control.
ship out of here?
Oh, I'm not quite sure. Last I heard, the war chief was converting all of the fishing vessels into a defense navy. We didn't really have a navy to begin with. We didn't think we needed one.
Are there any boats available that we could just see if we could take?
I can't say, mate. I wasn't a dock worker. I worked in the mid city before this all came up, and to be honest, I've been going for a couple of weeks now. I don't really know what's going on in the stronghold myself.
When it comes to getting in, we might not have any trouble because we managed to snag a bunch of weapons off of the bodies of the soldiers. We can offer those as tribute.
It looks like that's going to make the gods a little happy and they'll gladly take them, but there's still protocols and stuff to get through, especially for the humans. Watch is concerned with spies, and any human is subject to search and interrogation. Well, not interrogation.
I'll just tell them that I
myself.
screamed at one of the humies, they just disintegrated to death.
Like I said, I'll give them my word. Rourke and Juice live here, and they both kind of nod. They'll give their word, and that is going to be worth a decent amount of getting you guys in. You won't be treated like most of the other humans trying to get in. They'll be a bit more calm with you, but you still have to go through all the red tape.
Whatever it takes to make sure that these people get safe, I'm fine with that.
Ricky would look at Rowan and grin as he brings his backpack around and flashes him very quickly the tome of clear thoughts. I've got a way for us to get in.
Bragg's going to look at you real quick, Ricky. No, you look there, Magic Man. I know for a fact that the War Chief's looking for magic people. I'm not really inclined myself, so I don't know much about it. But if you can prove that you're trustworthy, especially being a human, they'll probably treat you a bit better. Look, I'm getting tired. My boys are going to be watching the supplies all night, but we can't be watching the whole camp. Are you all able to help us out here? Don't want the farmers to be keeping watch and not exactly soldiers.
Talsum will look at the Spectre, clearly looking out of place, and say, sure, where do you need more protection?
Well,
This I can help.
we have the supply cart covered, as I said. My men will take turns watching that through the night, and we've got some traps around it. The dwarf over there said that he'll take first watch around the main campfire, but that's only about a third of the way through the night. The women and sheriff don't even have anybody offering to watch them. All the villagers are too tired. Rorik will kind of pipe up. I will watch women and children for first watch. So we need 2 watches on the menfolk and the women and children.
If you can wake me up, I can take third watch.
Rupert can stay up whatever.
My weasel can watch one of the camps for the whole night.
Does the Spectre go away at the end of your long rest, or at the
End of my long rest.
end of your long rest? Okay.
Alright, that's helpful.
Okay, so I think it's covered. Rupert, you go, like, I don't know, there-ish, and if we hear screaming, we know they're here.
Where?
I have no idea, like, under this tree, on to the right. Wherever he says he needs more protection.
He's basically this campfire pit, because everybody's going to basically be sleeping as they are now around the campfires, because they don't want to be spread out in case something happens. They want to be able to just get up as a group and move to the carts.
Yeah.
So this is where everybody plans on sleeping for now, at least.
Okay.
And so they need 2 watches.
direction
They need 2 watches up here and 2 watches here.
What direction did we come from?
You guys came from the south. I'm trying to remember the map in the top of my head. You guys came from the northwest.
West.
You guys are heading southeast to the stronghold.
Okay. Rupert, stay under that tree to the northwest. How's that sound?
And he immediately just starts booking it over there.
Thanks, buddy.
Brad just looks at you. Oh, yeah. Well, you have that disturbing thing, yeah, mate. It's
I don't know, it's part of the deal.
No, as long as it
it's
doesn't do
disturbing.
anything.
If any of you need me, just wake me up for any reason.
Talsum is also, I'm gonna say, about to finish, still making his meal. He does have cooking utensils.
Yep.
So he goes and says, "Alright, word of warning, up until a few months ago, I could barely make my own breakfast, so hopefully I've improved since then. Rolling for food, natural 20.
Oh!
Hey!
God. So, what is this kid doing?
I think
Okay.
Talsum should be our non-combat character going forward. He just doesn't need to try to shoot anything anymore.
he's our resident cook. I'm gonna hire him for my tavern.
Well, if the fires didn't alert them, then the army's definitely smelling something delicious. So Styx, as Talsum is making an exceptionally good dinner, and Talsum, you're welcome to think up what you're making as I describe this. One of the goblin children kind of goes over towards Rorik and taps him on the shoulder and whispers something into his ear, at which point Rorik gets a bit of a solemn look and starts excusing himself with basically the child leading him by hand.
Oh, okay.
You guys are
like
welcome to roll perception
Which
if
way
you
do
want.
Which way do they go?
I'm moving them. You're welcome to roll perception since a lot of you are right next to him to see what's going on if you want.
Well, no one else has dark vision but me, right?
The lights are still lit at this point.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure, like, most of us do, except for, like,
Oh!
another human.
Well, that's a disadvantage, but it doesn't really matter for me.
And perception, not performance.
Oh, perception.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I was like, I added perception.
Either way.
Alright.
Talsum is in the moment.
So, anybody who rolled a 15 or higher would hear the child basically walk up to Rorik from behind and just sort of tap him on the shoulders and whisper, Mr. Rorik, Gerda won't stop crying. And that's when he looked sad and basically held his hand, gave him a look, and the kid started leading him up here.
I'm the least qualified person to deal with that. He's got it.
With that knowledge, that is who the giant weasel is sent to, that child.
What?
It becomes giant cuddle weasel.
So it drops the
It is a
cart.
goblin child.
So it drops the cart, and you tell it to
Well,
head towards that child in particular.
It is
Run
a
at the child.
Well, I pretty
So,
much sent
okay.
it to socialize with all of the children, as well as take second watch for the children's camp.
Okay, so your weasel's going to take second watch for children's camp. If you just to make sure you guys understood correctly, the child said, "Mr. Rorik, Gerda, which is the woman that you were sent to come protect. Mr. Rorik, Gerda won't stop crying."
Oh. Well, I didn't hear that, so I can't do anything. Otherwise, I would have done something.
But
I wouldn't have even said anything. I'd just be sitting to myself like, I am the least qualified person to deal with this. I am not good with emotions.
I'm gonna eat my ravioli and go to sleep.
He's
okay.
qualified to do what?
All right.
Don't worry about it.
All right, so we have first and second watch for the women and children, and first watch for the menfolk. Does anybody want to take a watch?
I'll
for
ask
the night?
to be woke. I'll ask to be woken for third watch.
Is the food ready?
At this point, the food would be ready. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to eat.
Yeah, it's nothing too special. It's basically Talsum's asked for anyone who wanted to give their rations, and he's just adding a bunch of spices and salts, and he doesn't want to carry a whole lot, so most of the stuff he has is just to give flavor. But somehow
Yeah,
it turns out really good.
After I
I'll eat.
Sadly, I can't do the thing that I was gonna plan to do, like Carnes. Otherwise, it would be metagaming because I was like going to go over there and sleep, and sleep near like the women and children.
You're welcome to do that if you want to take third watch over there.
I mean, if no one don't mind it.
Basically, for the sake of it, this camp down here does not need to have any watches on it.
Okay.
I'll
This-
take third
yeah.
watch for the middle camp. I'll take third watch for the middle one.
Alright, so we still need second watch for the middle camp, and if you want to take third watch up here, then that means that the top camp is set.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use like my wings as like a blanket and like pseudo bed that like doesn't really do anything. It just like covers me up, but like
Mostly flavor.
really-
Right.
yeah.
You guys are sleeping out under the stars, so we'll say nobody has any tents set up or anything. So yeah, we still need, I believe, second watch for middle, if anybody wants to.
Yeah, Dawson is up for it.
Alright. So, Ricky, the kids are a little wary at first when the weasel comes up. I assume you just leave the cart over by the supplies so the orcs are willing to guard it. Ricky?
He muted.
Ooh.
He might be AFK for a second.
I wonder if his food, if he actually got some food. I know he had mentioned that. Alright, it doesn't really matter that much. Basically, the kids were a little wary at first about this giant weasel that came up, but since Ricky told it to be friendly, it is, and they have a nice little bit. And essentially, since it's taking second watch, the weasel will fall asleep curled around one of the kids.
Aww.
And
I hope they didn't see the ghost going into the woods.
Sleep well, children.
Alright, so, first watch will be...
I hope
First
the food
watch-
was to your liking.
Oh, and I'll say that before he
Very
goes to
good,
bed,
thank
Ricky, or not Ricky, Rowan pulls out a bedroll from his explorer's pack.
Alright. So he's good. I need to roll something.
Alberic is going to go and sleep underneath the wagon over here.
Underneath the wagon.
I mean, this is a goblin wagon, so...
I'm a dwarf.
it's
right.
your size.
What I'm saying is that most wagons are built for medium-sized creatures, unless you'd be able to easily sleep under them. If you're sleeping under this thing, your nose is touching the bottom of it.
I mean, I'm used to being underground.
Alright, just making sure.
Fair enough. I mean, a claustrophobic dwarf would be an interesting character.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oof, oof. Alright.
Oof doesn't sound good.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out a number. So, Rorik...
The horses. Sorry, really quick. The horses were detached from the wagons, right?
Right, they're just...
Yeah. Okay.
They're basically just hitched up, like, right next to them for... since you guys can get the fuck out in the morning. Alright, so first watch, you guys aren't woken up suddenly or anything like that, so it's not like anything happens during that. Second watch, who took mid watch for a second watch again?
In the middle
Yeah.
was at least Telsum.
Right, so give me a perception check, and... what is the perception on this one?
It's not great. 9.
Ooh.
I'm sure.
I usually
no
play
one-
characters with so much perception.
Oh, your weasel isn't rolling that well, either.
Can I roll for my ghost?
You can,
Weasel
considering
got
that he doesn't need to
+3.
sleep. You can roll for. You can actually roll 2 perception checks, one for first watch and one for second,
Oh, right.
since he doesn't have to sleep technically.
Sweet.
Oh!
My.
Oh, it's a 5 and a 10.
Yeah. The amount of nat 20s your damn Spectre gets.
It's comeuppance.
Right. Alright, so. I need to check something real quick, cause.
We're all gonna get murdered in our sleep.
Not necessarily.
I don't like that voice. That voice doesn't sound
Yes,
like something
exactly.
good's going to happen to us.
Why do you think I'm hiding under the wagon?
Also, wouldn't like a Ricky's like a bird tell
They
him
mocked him
if
for
like
he told the truth.
something
Does
might
it
be
also have perception?
What was that?
Perception roll for this? Would my familiar also be rolling perception for this?
Does your familiar have to sleep?
I don't think so. It's a celestial spirit.
Okay, yeah, your bird can get perception, and because it's
Bird
visual,
for the
you
win.
would have advantage. So both the bird and the specter can have their own perception checks for first and second watch. So give me 2 for the bird.
And do they have advantage?
Yeah, it is. Well, part of it is sight based, so I will use the advantage for if it's stuff that they would see.
So technically 4 rolls.
Well,
Nah.
Hawk does have keen sight on.
Right. No,
perception
I
checks.
get that, and I'll work with it based off of it. If you want to just roll 2 perception checks with advantage, then I will work with that.
Ooh.
So 12 for the first one and 21 for the second.
All right. I need to roll. What is this, guys? Actually.
He's about to roll stealth. About to roll stealth for something. I can feel it in my bones.
Now, just because we have a map doesn't mean there's going to be a fight.
What were your rolls, Ricky? Again?
12 for the first one, 21 for the second.
All right.
Oh, children are gonna die.
Nothing happens. So, third watch would be 1 perception check from Rowan. I think you were doing a watch up here, Sticks, right?
Yep.
Do I no longer have disadvantage? Like, am I no longer exhausted?
Right. At this point, those who are up for third watch would have gone through a long rest.
Sweet.
Good.
So, so the only people who haven't had a long rest at this point were the people who just took second watch.
Also, dirty 20.
That's a 14 for me.
And another one for the Spectre and Burb.
It's a good
Oh,
thing.
one more.
It's a good thing that I have dark vision.
It's the same for me.
19.
17 for the
Nice.
Spectre.
Nice.
All right.
Even though you got a natural 1, you still got a dirty 20.
Yeah, because he's rolling with advantage.
So,
All right.
the third watch ends. Everybody in the party take a full rest. Full long rest. Take a couple minutes to adjust your sheets and do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Just gotta scratch out my uses of the necklace, and I'm good.
The Spectre starts to disappear. Telsom goes, bye, Rupert.
Bye,
Spend 10 minutes refreshing my spells before
Can I just say something? So,
Yeah.
Cards gave me like an actual character sheet for the Spectre, like any of ours. And in personality traits, I have kill, ideals, hate.
What's flaw?
Bonds, do what the pointy-eared bastard says. Flaws, just let me die.
Just let die.
Lovely.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, so nothing goes. So as everybody starts waking up, as the first bits of dawn go through the day, the camp is starting getting packed up. Everybody's getting onto the carts. I'm not going to move anything onto it real quick. Ricky, your burb lets you know that it sees a large group of what looks like the same people who attacked the village coming from the same direction that you guys yourself came from.
Uh-oh.
And it looks like they're setting up in its words, the big wooden things that throw shit. and essentially it tells you, you guys need to get the fuck out of here.
Well, I would pull a baboon out of my bag
Oh
and
god.
assign it to the shopping cart.
Alright.
My god.
I never thought I'd hear the words, I would pull a baboon out of the bag.
Alright, I've got baboon stats up.
D&D is magical.
Right.
It's only got like 3 health. It's definitely on cart duty.
Right. But it is up to you, Ricky, if you want to relay that information to the rest of the camp. At this point, everybody is still, like, I'd say about a third of the way through packing up.
Ricky would stand up, gather his things rather calmly, put his backpack on, adjust his clothes, and then look out over the camp and shout, "They're setting up catapults!"
Uh-oh!
Hey, who?
With that, the orcs immediately go into oh shit mode and start loading everything onto the cart. The women and children
just panickedly looking at each other.
Right, they have panic looks on their faces, but they're getting their shit done. The villagers, a couple of them start running in circles, and they just start screaming and running around.
I'm gonna help them get their shit together and help get this train a moving Sticks will just say, "Stop running in circles, you idiots! There's children here. Them first, women next, then men. Hurry!"
Roll me
I'm gonna
persuasion.
I'm just gonna start grabbing children and putting them on the wagon.
I'm going to get so much. All right, I'm going to get so much shit for this, but I need a persuasion from Sticks, and I need animal handling from Albrecht.
Oh!
Can Talsum pitch in after 6 and just in a calm tone just say, please?
Yeah, you can give him advantage.
Yay.
Yeah.
24. I didn't need it.
Oh!
All right, Albrecht, you're able to get a couple of kids into the cart. The women are able to get the rest of them. One kid does bite at you when you pick him up and leaves a mark on your hand.
I take it.
You what?
His wart scars.
Everybody, calm down. I can't hear Albrecht. What do you say?
I just said I take it.
Okay, I thought you said you kick it. I was like, oh, what?
Yeah. And you kicked the kid.
Kick the baby!
Kid.
Okay,
Don't
so
kick the baby.
so the women and children are able to get under the cart, and they get that cart going. The menfolk, with that persuasion Sticks, you're able to calm them down and get them going. Essentially, it's just the same cart setup that you guys had before, except your cart's not going to be stuck behind them. I will say, I need to roll one thing real quick.
Oh no, it's a rolling of attack.
Before you roll that one thing, how far away are the catapults that are being set up?
Oh god.
Oh.
You don't know how far away they are.
Can I estimate them within a mile?
Here we go.
Are they more or less than a mile?
They are less than a mile, because your birds saw them, but they are far enough away where your spells aren't going to be doing much, and let me roll this one thing before you do anything at this point.
Oh.
North Arcana.
Okay. So you guys are getting on the carts going. The caravan is just starting to leave camp when about 5 or 6 flaming boulders smash down just where you guys were. One almost hits the rear cart, but it's about 10 or 15 feet behind it.
We need to move! No!
And with that, the carts start booking it out of there. Ricky, your burb would relate to you that the army kind of stopped and halted to set those things up, so your guys are going to get some good distance before they ever catch up again.
Well, I'm going to take a moment to look through my bird's eyes to get a bearing on where they are. And then I'm going to launch a fireball at their catapults.
Here we go.
They want to fucking blast things at me from a mile
They send
away.
fire at me, I send fire at them.
They wanted to start this bitch fight. I'll end this bitch fight.
All right, roll me that damage then. I will say that the catapults are going to automatically fail because they're stationary siege engines.
Oh, and I'm actually doing
And they're
like
wooden, so they're
vanilla
gonna get
fire this
destroyed.
time.
You're actually going with fire?
Yep, to light up their catapults.
Okay.
So they won't
Whatever
have
they're
any
using
siege
for
engines.
fuel.
They won't
okay.
have any.
So from what you can see, there's about 5 catapults, and they have them about 15 feet apart. So you'd be able to hit like 2 of them if you aim in between them, as well as about half of their crews.
They've been
That helps.
they've been firing like on fire projectiles, right?
Yeah, but
So they would have to have oil or pitch or something else there to be soaking their rocks in before they light them.
right.
Kind
That's
of relying on chain reacting that.
right. But what and that's definitely into effect as well. Ooh, you definitely do some damage. You can see some if you're looking through your bird, you can see some ropes snap, and one of the arms actually that was pulled all the way back launches forward and digs into the ground in front of it and breaks the center beam. So that one's probably out of commission for a while. And you definitely take out like 5 or 6 of the crew. The chain reaction takes out like another 2 or 3. So they're down at least 1 full crew between them, and
I can just imagine these
catapult.
guys just standing there. All right, fire on the unarmed civilians that are fleeing. Wait, what is that?
they're about half a mile away at this point. So from their perspective, one of those rocks did something weird and came back at them.
Are they really that dumb?
These are some
Well-
really dumb soldiers.
Let's see if they fire again, and we'll see how stupid they are.
Because of you attacking them right after that, they actually stop attacking entirely, and you guesstimate they'll probably take them even longer at this point to catch up, considering they now have to try and repair the one catapult that's even repairable after that.
We're
Nicely
actively,
done.
are we actively moving at this point?
Yeah, so you guys are actively moving. I will say no one is running alongside the carts anymore, because since you have the other carts available to you, everybody was able to get onto a cart. So nobody's going to get any points of exhaustion or anything at this point. The horses are at full blast, and they are booking it down the road. At this point, you're in a cart that is actually being driven by Rorik. Instead, the dwarf has opted to sleep in the back because he feels like he's done enough at this point.
Because the token is laying down.
Because the token is laid down, yes. But after that riveting and I'm sure alertful morning, it's another couple hours, and because you guys started off with the horses booking it, actually get to your destination a bit faster. Ricky, you would obviously see this a little bit before everybody else with your burb, but he wouldn't really. He would just say you're close. But as you guys approach, and I'll say this is just an image I ripped from the internet, so it's not entirely accurate. I will give you the map that I created for the city in a sec as well. You guys approach what is now well, as you're getting close, Bragg will pull his cart alongside yours, just pointing out forward. Well, there it is, mate. Breeze Dust Stronghold.
Ooh.
This is
That's
not
quite
a small thing.
fancy
Now, is
for
it that big? Is the
stronghold.
question? Is it that big?
They must have different definitions of stronghold, because this thing's the size of Minas Tirith.
Yeah, when I was
Oh,
thinking
God.
stronghold, I just thought like a small little tower thing.
No, this is a massive stone-walled city with a big citadel in the center.
Well, that's big.
And
Oh,
close.
what, you guys don't have strongholds where you're from?
I believe we do, but none of them are the size of a city.
Well,
Usually it's just like a little
Speak
tower,
for
maybe a
yourselves.
small wall.
Speak for yourselves. The dwarves build bigger ones than that. They just happen to be underground a lot of the times, or in a mountain.
well, you'll be at home then, eh? All the walls and such are built from dwarves.
Built by dwarves or from dwarves?
Sorry, mate. Turn of phrase there. Built by dwarves. Oh yeah, Breeze Dusk isn't just an orc stronghold. We got all sorts there, and everybody works together.
When you say that, have you, ever met someone like me?
I'm not sure what you are, mate, to be honest. I didn't want to pry too much.
That is exactly what I want to know. I'm not sure what I am. I know that I'm not human.
Right, I thought you were just a pale human like the rest of you until you popped out those wings and got all angry at everyone.
Yeah, he's like half human, half chicken, I think.
Meanwhile,
punch
Ricky
you
knows
in
what
your
he is.
mouth.
Can I roll for a
Quite
history
smile.
check to see if Rowan knows, considering how high Rowan's intelligence score is?
And can I roll for an Arcana to identify him? Because, like,
Ricky, you can
pretty
roll.
much no.
Ricky, you can roll history at advantage, and Rowan, you can just roll history.
Oh, at advantage.
History.
Yeah.
At advantage.
Also,
So,
I
26.
want to say that I do not have like my wings out at this point because, like, you know, it's
Ooh.
too cramped.
Rowan, Rowan, yeah, no, he's some kind of chicken thing. Ricky, you know that once in a very blue moon, I mean, I'm sure you know what Asmar basically are in D&D lore, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you know, like, once in a blue moon, gods have like pseudo children through two mortals, yada yada, and you're not sure which one, but it's probably one of the good ones considering he's still all white and such.
Ricky would just pipe up. Yeah, you're an Asimar.
Oh, what?
Yeah, what he said, a what?
Did he call you an ass?
Bragg,
That's what I heard.
What did I do?
Bragg will just chime in. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Well, let's say that your mortal parents were like surrogates for a god to have a child.
Like, you see, like, the gears turn in, like, Stick's head as he, like,
I just want to
starts-
slowly look at Styx and just say, "Am I supposed to worship you now?"
Fuck no. But, I don't.
It's
How
cool,
do
I
I
guess.
say this? How do I say this without being a dick? Does that mean I'm partial god?
I mean, you're a celestial.
Oh.
Don't let it
Wait.
go your head.
On
Wait.
that cue, the burb actually lands on Ricky's shoulder.
Wait, is that what I've been speaking? Whenever I get, like, really pissed off?
So you're telling me you
Have
haven't just been
speaking to
speaking
my
random
bird when you've
tongues?
been getting pissed off?
Alright, guys. First, Rowan, go.
I was just gonna say, I thought it was just random tongues. You're telling me you were actually saying something?
Same here. Okay, well, that's new.
If I had actually heard you do like one of those outbursts in Celestial, I would be able to confirm that you were speaking the language.
Honestly, you probably wouldn't be the one to, like, really piss them off. Like, if anything, it probably would have been, like, one of, like, the barbarians that might have, like, eaten, like, some of his food once. So like yeah, Sticks is just like sitting there, just like, hmm. You know, all this time, I really did thought that I was like some kind of weird human hybrid, like okay.
Well,
Chicken?
you are a weird human hybrid. It just happens to be the weird part is celestial.
And not chicken.
Right.
Well, Bragg,
What would you believe to be?
Bragg will chime in at this point. Well, if you're all celestial, I'll have you know there's a pretty big payload following in the stronghold. Well, they might be able to help you with figuring out what exactly you know.
Okay, thank you. I'll definitely look into it when we get there.
And on that note as well, it might give you a better chance of getting in if you drop that note on them at the guardhouse.
Right, yeah.
You do look pretty human. You figure that out. You might get some of the more religious folk helping you out.
Yeah,
Maybe you want to come with your wings out.
Yeah, I'll just save that once we're like not in like a cramped space, like you know, having my
He
wings out.
unfolds them, they just whack someone in the face. Pow!
Yeah, like
They are incorporeal. I'll say this.
I knew.
Alright. Okay. So, you guys have like an image of what it's sort of like. Let me guys give you the layout. Ricky, you would figure this out. You know, Burb would have dropped on your shoulders for a split sec, rested, and then given you this.
Woohoo.
And it's easy enough to.
Going through Rebel's
Yeah, that's
Gate.
the ocean right there.
Yep.
Nice.
Dang, this is a nice
so
looking
which-
city.
I will
Which
say
gate are we going through?
you guys are currently about here, just getting to the outer edges of the crop fields on Pearl Road.
So we're going through this gate.
Yep. And all this stuff on the outside, the squares are the actual structures. There's a massive shanty tent town around the outer walls at this point. From what you guys can tell, you're not the first refugees to come here.
Ah,
The
Are they-
yard distance ruler and the compass at the bottom are accurate as well.
are they human or are they something else?
You see a lot of refugees as you're going through. You can see that there are guards posted actually in the fields to stop refugees from trying to steal food.
Right.
As you're going through, you don't see much humans. Like, maybe once in a blue moon you'll see a human, and most of the time they're like trying to hide themselves or being berated by the rest of the people. You can
Right,
kind of
right.
get the sense that the refugees do not like the humans. And as you guys get up, there's a small, about right before the cities right here, like right before these buildings, there's actually a small, just like wooden, like, you know, like traffic, one of those things that like goes down in front of the road at railroad tracks, like a wooden barricade
gate.
thing. Yeah, like a little wooden gate. And there's like a small booth with a couple of people there, and what looks like a couple of orcs and a dwarf come through around the gates, and they start talking to the wagons.
They talk to the wagon, or they're talking to Bragg on the wagon?
They're talking to the people on the wagon, asking who's in charge, and they direct them towards Bragg. Bragg produces a piece of paper and hands it off to them, and you guys are waved through that first gate without really any issue. Albrick, I would like a perception check from you. Hey, dirty 20, nice. These guys have very good armor and weapons. Better than what you've been able to produce in the last 6 months. And it looks like all of the military personnel have similar equipment.
Okay.
So from what you can tell, the military here is very well set up.
Can we infer from their armor style, like, what the likely originator of the design was, like elf or dwarf?
It's definitely dwarven craftsmanship. There is a good sized population of dwarves that you guys are able to see just in the refugee camp. So you can also assume that inside the city there's a good population of dwarves. And
Albrecht was just making the assumption that it was dwarven because it was really good.
Right, but the armor and everything looks to be mostly dwarven, if not, some different stuff here and there. Not everybody's exactly the same. And like Bragg said, the walls do look dwarven make, and many of the buildings have a mixture of elvish design, dwarvish design, orcish design. But all the defensive positions and everything that looks like it needs to be built to last, needs to be strong, is definitely dwarven make. And by the time you get to this gate right here, with the Pearl Road main gate, you are out of the shanty town, and you're kind of surrounded by what looks to be a couple of inns, a few farm workers' huts, basically the types of buildings that you would see just outside the walls of a big walled city. Stuff for travelers and stuff for people who work outside. At this point, Bragg motions for everybody to get off the carts. He hands a couple pieces of paper to a guard, who then, the guard who takes those pieces of paper, that guard and a couple other guards who he motions to take the cart full of supplies that Bragg had been guarding into off to the side. And Bragg starts basically having conversation with them. Every now and then he'll point to either one of the villagers. A couple of times he'll point towards you guys. And after a bit, the guardsman waves through most of the villagers. Jutalub and basically all the villagers are able to get in. Let me double check something real quick. Gerda gives a very thankful bow to you guys, as the last people left outside the gate are Bragg, you guys, Rorik, and Gerda. And Gerda just gives a bow to you guys and thanks you guys wholeheartedly for getting her and her people to safety.
Don't mention it.
What happened to Alice?
She went in with the women and children. She's basically watching the kids while Gerda was going through her paperwork stuff. Oh my! I touched the wrong thing and my light fell. All right, I'm good. Yeah, so Alice was watching the kids while Gerda was getting her paperwork done. So when Gerda walks through, she hands the kids off to them, and they walk off past the gates. Rorik has determined to stay with you guys for a sec while the paperwork is getting done, and at that point, Bragg and a very, very large Goliath walk towards you guys. This Goliath is wearing full plate and has a massive Goliath-sized longsword at his side. Again, very good high craftsmanship, dwarven make armor and weapons.
Sticks just keep one hand on his hip, barely paying attention. Barely paying attention at this point. He just keeps looking back towards the shanty town, and is just thinking how many injured people are there?
So this giant Goliath walks up to you guys, with Bragg with Bragg kind of at his side.
All right. So Bragg here tells me you guys helped the wheat hauler villagers get here. Saved supplies and killed a good number of humans.
As he looks at Rowan and Ricky.
Hello?
If we hadn't been there, they wouldn't have made it, that's for sure.
I did more than kill their soldiers. I destroyed their war machines. They're down to one catapult.
That is incorrect, Ricky. You took out one catapult, damaged another, and there are 3 more that you didn't hurt.
Oh.
And those are just the ones that you saw.
Well, I disrupted their catapults.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, unfortunately, even with Bragg's glowing review of you lot, I'm sure he's not lying. I've known Bragg for a few years now. He's a good lad. We do have some formalities that we have to go through for your human friends. Master Wolf, I apologize. You are half-elf, I presume,
As he looks at tells him.
What do you ask?
He asked if you're half-elf.
Yes, sir.
Alright, well, I just thought...
Hope that's cool.
Oh, that's fun. You lot are getting killed in the same droves as we are. But, that's a dwarf. Your half-elf friend are allowed through here.
As he looks at Styx.
Bro tells me you're... knows more.
And Azimar.
That's right. He's an ass. Yep, that's him.
Azimar, you got them gits. Azimar. And then I'm going to like unfold my wings, and like my feathers will get all kinds of ruffled.
Right. Well, your parents humans, lad.
Wait, what?
He's asking if your parents were human.
Technically, my parent is a celestial.
Well, I know how that doesn't work. I'm talking about immortal parents.
Oh, yes, I think. Honestly, I don't know. I look human enough, so I'm guessing. I never met him.
Well, aren't you a box of mysteries?
Styx does not respond to that.
This giant Goliath starts stroking his chin for a second there.
Well, Deacon Woodsby will have to talk to you later about all that. See exactly what you are, and, what your allegiance is, really. The rest of you...
I don't like humans. They're... honestly, besides from the ones that are present now, every other human I see as nothing more than wild animals that either need to be put down, locked up, or the ones that are actually good and true of heart deserves to be cherished and kept like a watchful eye on.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Well, I'm not sure if I'll go that far, mate. That's kind of the idea the humans have with a lot of us. We're trying to be the better folk here.
I'm not.
Alright then. With that being said then, you 3,
As he points to Styx, Rowan, and Ricky.
only to take you off to the side here. The rest of you lot are welcome to go with Rag through the door. He's done a lot of your paperwork and paid to get you some ID cards made.
Alright, nice to make your acquaintance.
I tell Styx and Ricky, hey, you can use them extra weapons we pulled as sort of a leverage or something if you need it. And then I'll look at the Goliath, and if necessary, my hammer will pay for working in the smith shop to pay for whatever they need to get in.
Well, the ID cards aren't worth really that much, just a couple of silver, mate. Well, we need to have some, I hate to say interrogationers, because that sounds evil, but that's kind of what it is, honestly. I just need to bring you 3 into a room real quick and ask you a few questions. That's all it is, I swear. We're not going to be hurting you in any way.
I'm fine with it. As long as all the innocents are inside, I'm good.
Right, well, the villagers what you brought with supplies to pay their way through there, you ain't brought enough to get all the refugees in the city.
Yeah, well, as long as all the villagers are fine, I'm willing to go through any kind of interrogation you want.
Alright then.
As long as I don't get touched, no one will get hurt.
So there's a small shack off to the side, and when I say shack, it's, you know, it's the size of a shack, but it's actually built really nice, made out of stone and everything. And he kind of brings you in there, and sits you guys down. It looks like an interrogation room in, like, the TV cop dramas, almost. He sits you guys down on some wooden chairs across from a table from himself, and he puts his long sword off to the side, and crosses his fingers real quick. I need to look something up real quick because I thought I had this and I don't. Damn it.
You're good.
All right.
He's just like looking at the room, just say, "Huh? No, I used to live in a place just like this.
Alright then.
This place is nicer."
Fair warning to you lot, I'm going to be casting a spell, and I suggest that you lot let it take effect, otherwise I'm going to have to detain you further. Understood?
I'm good with that. Understood.
This is to, you know, just to make sure we're clear. Ricky, Styx, and Rowan. These are the only three that this spell is going to be affecting.
Yeah.
All right. So, you guys can either make a charisma saving throw or choose to fail it at this point. Then.
I choose to let it take over me and choose to fail it.
Yeah, I'll just fail it.
All right.
That's something to keep us from lying. Ricky doesn't lie anyways.
I was intending on telling the truth anyways, so I let it take over.
Styx doesn't have anything to hide here.
No. You are correct, Ricky. He casts Zone of Truth. There's a quick
Plot
description.
twist, it's Zone of Die.
There's a quick description for you guys. Just so that you're able to look at it. And once he has the like magical confirmation of you guys chose to fail, well, he gets a bit of a smell.
Alright then. It's a good thing you guys decided to cooperate. That puts a little bit of a point on your side.
He pulls out a comically small clipboard. It looks like it was built for a dwarf, and it looks like this guy's had to deal with this thing for a while, so he's actually really good at just holding the tiny fucking pencil with two fingers and actually writing legibly. But,
Styx will snicker.
you get the idea that the military is standardized in weird ways. You snicker, and he just sort of like rolls his eyes like, yeah, I know.
Alright, first question. Have either of or any of you three here to spy on behalf of the human armies?
Nope.
No.
It's like you.
No.
Alright. Do either of you have any ties to military personnel near the armory, or any family on the other side who might be used to coerce you into spying later?
No.
I'm an orphan. Like, I know my parents.
No.
Alright. Where is your village of birth, and why do you not have ID cards like the rest of the people in this country?
We're not from this country.
Would you care to
My
elaborate?
birthplace is Sunnyvale.
Well, I've never heard of Sunnyvale. Would you care to elaborate on not being from this country?
We are from the Kingdom of Toilet Villa.
Yes, and was he like still like continue with the the question of like where I was born?
No, he hasn't really continued that question after someone mentioned that you're not from a different country. Rowan, when you say that, he kind of gives like a really quizzical look.
And how, may I ask, did you get through the empire that sits between your country and ours? and the human armies all the way to Wheat Hollow and not be killed.
Teleportation. Teleportation, it was a bumpy ride, but hey, we still got here.
Rowan would visibly little bead of sweat drips down his forehead at the mention of that, because he knows that it's illegal.
And at that point, he jots a few things down in the note. And are you aware of the universally condemned teleportation laws within the entire continent that basically says doing such is akin to a capital crime in most countries?
We are aware, however, I would like to interject that it was for the cause of saving these people. Had we not arrived any later, then they would have been killed.
Wait, hang on a second.
Sunnyvale doesn't recognize those laws.
Is that the truth?
It is now.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give you that, Ricky. Yeah, yeah, that would work. That would work. With you questioning if it was illegal, he'll look over towards you, Sticks. Oh yeah. What did your countrymen not teach you that teleportation's one of the few grave sins that a magic man can do?
Well, I grew up on the street, so I don't really know laws or whatever of any our nation or whatever, because
Look, the mere fact that someone in your country knows how to teleport is a breach of the law.
Well, it was a scroll.
And who gave you that scroll?
Don't worry about it.
Rowan, you can't say that because you know that's not true.
I thought that they found it.
No, they got it from the guy who first employed us.
That guy! I forgot about that guy.
He personally made the scroll for Magic after Magic.
Never mind. I don't say anything on that. We're going with Ricky's answer.
What was your answer again, Ricky?
Don't worry about it.
Unfortunately, I do have to worry about it. It is an incredibly important law, and if we're to remain a recognized country, we are going to have to maintain it.
Well, it's outside of your jurisdiction, and you can search our persons.
Is it outside his jurisdiction, technically? Because he said it's a universal law.
It's outside his country.
Technically, you wouldn't be able to physically say that it's outside of his jurisdiction because that is not true, Ricky.
Well, I mean, he's currently at war with the greater part of his own government, so I doubt he's really in the position to be enforcing international treaties.
That being said, should we just be truthful about this? It's not like that they can do because they're at war.
You literally have to be because the spell forces you to be.
Well, the spell says that we can just be evasive as long as it remains in the boundaries of truth or stay silent.
Right.
We just cannot deliberately say a lie, an outright lie.
Right, and technically saying that he doesn't have the authority is a lie because this guy is a recognized military personnel from a signing country on the Treaty of No Teleportation.
But wouldn't he also be a rebel because, the greater army of that country is marching on the stronghold?
I wouldn't necessarily say a rebel, but more of when you're at civil war, it's a higher figure in a different power.
Both sides of this war still consider the country to be one country. They aren't seceding in any sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Either way, I wouldn't see it as a rebel, though.
Right. But, he notices you guys are he notices Rowan's kind of being really stressed. Ricky's being super evasive about it, and Sticks, from what it seems, you're just like, wait, what? You're just like, wait, what?
Cares.
Okay. He puts down the clipboard and the pencil. Look, in all honesty, if we weren't at civil war, I'd hand you over to my superiors. Well, they'd try and figure out who got the teleportation scrolls, because nobody in this continent's even supposed to know how to make those anymore. and your lot would probably be tried 50-50 on either life imprisonment or death. But we're in the middle of a civil war. I honestly don't give a shit.
I mean, do you
At
need
that,
some more
you know what?
soldier fighters?
At that, I'm just gonna say, we just got it from a guy who knew how to make it. He hired us out for a job to get some stuff for him. We got it for him, and later on he made the scroll to help us get here, to help those people. We came here to do that job of helping them. Pay or not, we did it to help.
If you're able to give me his name, then I will make sure that this information is brought to my superiors in a law that makes you seem innocent.
Do I actually know his name?
Yes, you guys know his full name.
Okay, because as in me outside of character, I don't remember what it was.
Neither do I.
I don't have it.
It's
Do we even
Gerald
have
Smith.
like a, do you even have like a good relationship with him? Like,
I mean,
Magic
to be
and
fair,
Albert.
I didn't really care. He just gave me a cracked ring that gave me a tavern. I don't really have any ties with him.
Alberic
he
is
just
the only
made my
one who
wishes
really
come
has
true,
a
nothing more.
relationship.
Yeah, Alberic's really the only one in the party who has a decent relationship with the guy. But you guys would remember his name.
Ricky would provide his name and then add on, as payment, he gave most of us decaying wish rings that may or may not have altered the fabric of magic.
Jeez.
Styx is gonna look down at his hands and say, "Where? Where's mine?"
Okay, so when you say that, Ricky, the Goliath just puts his head in his hand, like, why? And he just looks up at you.
And you do realise that's another one of the things as a capital offence, right?
Hey, you said you would make us look innocent when you brought this evidence to light. I just thought you might like to know the full extent of what he is both capable of doing and has already done.
I will be fair about it. I used mine for a harmless wish. I just wanted a tavern to provide drinks to people. Quite a successful place. You should visit it sometime when the war's over.
You do realise that the reason that wish spells were outlawed is the fact that none of them are ever harmless, right?
What usually happens to a clone?
What are you talking about?
What usually happens to a clone?
Ricky, no. None
I
of this
have
weird.
no idea what you're talking about, sir. I'm not quite sure what a clone is or what you're talking about.
I need to talk to your most experienced mages.
Oh, no.
God.
Listen, the teleportation I can wave off.
Did you guys actually give him in the name?
Yes.
Okay.
The teleportation I can wave off, because you gave me the guy who's actually doing this shit. The wish stuff, you're telling me you guys used them.
I got gold.
I used mine for a clone spell.
I
Which
used
is why
mine
I
to
need to
occupy
consult
lands that
with
was
you.
not actively being used to create a tavern. Everything else I used my own coin to get. I used my own coin to hire my own staff, get my own supplies to supply for the few months.
Look, mate, I don't give a shit about all that shit. That's something that your own countrymen are going to have to figure out if that land is actually yours or not. You don't care. I would like to let you lot know that, considering the fact that you say you're from Bolivia, right?
Correct.
I know nothing about much this level of magic myself. I just a simple paladin here. I will let this strike go on one condition.
Can't promise anything.
What's your condition?
You will promise, or I won't let you into the city, and I'll turn you all into the slums. How about that?
I'm willing to negotiate, or not negotiate. I'm willing to hear you out. What's your condition?
You three, from what I can tell, aren't exactly spies. I don't think that the humans on our country are going to be employing humans from yours as spies. Especially considering not many of your lot are able to get past the Empire. So, I have no reason to detain you other than the 2 capital offense spells that you lot have used in so much as a week, from what I understand.
It's
There was 6 months between those offenses.
Doesn't really do much for it. You there, boy. As he looks at you, Sticks. I will be handing the matter of getting your identity card over to Bishop Wilsby at the Palor Temple in the center of town.
Yes, speaking of that, I also, I was gonna go there after this, if I could. And because you are the highest ranked soldier that I currently know, I'm
not the highest ranked soldier. What are you talking about?
That I know. I said that I know.
Well, you almost came in here with Colonel O'Rourke.
Oh wait, he's hired? Never mind. I need to talk to that old man later. But either way, I can't speak for the rest of the party, but I wouldn't mind, helping out in the soon-to-be siege, because they are coming, and, they are pretty angry for a couple of reasons of what we did, we took out a scouting party,
right.
here,
you don't need to explain it. You don't need to explain to me, son. Bragg told me everything you was going up to. And personally, I do appreciate your help to the military's cause with taking out as many soldiers as you did. And you there, sir, as he points towards Ricky. From what I understand, you're quite adept at magic, and we need as many of your folk as possible.
As well, I'm a little versed in magic. Not as much as him, but I know a few things.
Right. But from what Bragg described on how you took out them catapults, as he's still looking at Ricky, I'd like to direct you to the mage, to the law mage, who is basically second in command to some of the councilmen here. And he's the one who makes sure the laws and regulations of magic within the city. He's also the one who appoints magical users to certain parts of the town guard and yada. He's going to be the one to get you your identification card once you are able to prove you're within the city.
I like it.
So basically, he's going to be sending Ricky to a magical authority. He's going to be sending Styx to a religious authority, and he looks towards Rowan.
Oh, and you there. Boy, I don't understand why you're talking to a lot of people from our country. It's a little bit weird.
I mean, I just grew up with this accent. It's how I spoke my whole life.
I thought you'd be talking more to your 2 friends here. You guys, they have the Polynesian accent. You go ours. That's a little weird.
It's the only accent I've known. My parents had it.
You sure they went from Karotha?
I'm the face where they're from, but I know I've grown up in Politville my whole life.
Oh, that's about all I can think of. I honestly don't think you're that much of a threat there, but I will say this. Well, the Magic Man, he'll get a pass because he's able to help out a bit with the magic. The pale lad that's already Esmore, he'll get a pass because he ain't technically human. You there, son, I might send you towards one of the councilman's representatives for the human council member. Because otherwise you might get a bit of rocks thrown at you on the streets. I'll just warn you now.
Alright.
Unacceptable. He is my student and my champion.
And he'll still get rocks thrown at him if he's not within the company of the human council members' representatives. I basically needs to get someone from the council member's office to get him his identification card. Otherwise, it will be seen as fake. Now, I can hand you all temporary visas. These are only going to be worth about as much time as it should take you to get to your respective locations. I will take on, as he's like writing on these little slips of paper that look like they're on cardstock, I will take on an extra week to these as well, so that you lot can do these in succession and not have to find each other later. I know how it is in the city, and you guys are new to the country, so I don't want you lot getting lost and having your visas run out, because then you'll be kicked out of the city. Now, on that one condition that I was talking about earlier, if the guard ever to call on the citizens, I want you lot coming to this gate.
You got it.
Okay.
Also, I also want to like extend my services as a doctor as well. If there's anything other than I can do besides from just fighting.
Well, we got plenty of refugees coming in all the time, Lord, but if you stay out here, then the visas aren't going to be accurate. You're going to have to get your actual identification card, otherwise you're not going to be let in if you stay out there. Inside the gates, we've got plenty of doctors and healers, though. You don't need to worry about that as much.
Okay, good.
Ricky would say, I can't promise I'll be here, but I'll try.
All I'm asking is that if a siege were to come, the guards usually call on all able-bodied citizens. And considering that we're on one of the mine gates, I'd like a good team of heavy hitters like you lot here during the conflict if possible.
Well, I can't
Sure.
say anything for my comrades. I can promise you, I will be there.
Oh, I understand. I just can't promise because, what if like a brick falls on my head and kills me and then I can't be there and that would make a liar out of me.
You know, well, I turned the spell off like 10 minutes ago. You don't need to be acting all coy.
Oh no, he never lies. Like he's like being completely honest about this.
And don't worry, if that happens, I'll make sure to carry your corpse there and lunge it at the enemies.
Well, I
And
guess
he's
that
being
works.
serious about that too.
Alright then.
Oh god.
And he
I
basically
wonder if I
stamps
could
these.
turn myself into
He basically stamps these visas. I'll need you to sign on the dotted line here on these visas before I put my own seal on it, and at which point you guys will be allowed within the city's main walls for a week and a half to be able to go to your respective areas where you are to get a full citizen's card. Afterwards, if you do not have a citizen's card at the time of your visa's running out, any guard in the city has the authority to imprison or expunge you from the city. Do you understand and agree?
Yes.
yes.
Alright then. And he hands out the visas, which is basically like a slip of paper with a bunch of yada yada legal. The gist of it is basically what you guys have been told. There's no hidden fine print or anything.
Yeah, I'll sign it. She just sticks either way, so. Plus, like, it's like really bad handwriting too. Like, just like, it's like really, really, really bad.
I'd like to say that when Rowan signs, he signs in a very surprisingly neat handwriting.
And Ricky signs in a very surprisingly fancy spider-like script.
Oh, that's right. You have the
Just showing
calligraphy.
off his calligraphy skills and his signature.
Sticks just looks at the two of them, and his feathers just start to ruffle ever so slightly.
He doesn't really look at anything different other than Ricky's, and when he sees your handwriting, Ricky is he's about to put his own, but he's got like a wax seal that he's going to put on each one of them. As he sees yours, he just kind of like mumbles under his breath, "Well, the little page will look you, that's for sure." And he'll apply the wax seal to each of yours, hand them out. Alright then, Bragg has offered to guide you guys through a portion of the city, and Rorik is waiting for you lot at the center market. I said something about repaying you lot.
right. Like, Sticks is just like a little bit
Oh,
sad.
and he'll correct himself. And Rourke, oh, my apologies. Colonel Rourke will meet you in the center city.
Right? Yeah. Goddamn pretty handwriting. Good job.
And so at that point, he'll just sort of like motion for you guys to be let outside. Now, we're going to go to the rest of the party. Talzum and Elbrick. You guys were basically just let in at the same time as Bragg and Rorik. Bragg is going to look at you. Yeah, Bragg will look at the two of you. Alright then, so, Rorik, you wanted to go do that thing in town, right?
Yeah, I will go to that and meet you guys in Center Market.
And so Rorik will walk off at that point. Bragg will just look at the two of you guys. So, this is Breeze Dusk. It is the list, and he's basically going into like tour guide mode at this point. You get the feeling he's done this before. This is the last main stronghold left for the non-human alliance. It's the last major port that we hold, the last major river that we hold, and the last bridge across the main river. I forget the name of the river. I will let you guys know later. I apologize. The other two bridges were both taken out, so if the human army wants to pass the river into the southern areas, they gotta get through us. Well, of course, that means every village and everything on their way here is getting attacked, and that's why I was out there. And you see, I'm one of the volunteer folk from the inner city. The war chief didn't want to send actual soldiers to relieve anybody, so he sent anybody who would offer their sword. I'll get a bit of coin, and I'll get to save people. He's basically he is doing his namesake, and he is bragging a lot at this point.
Talsum just nodding at everything. Nice. I see there are a lot of different architecture things from many races, I think.
Oh, that's right. We're a big old melting pot of the different races and the different religions and everything here. One of the key tenets of Breeze Dusk is tolerance for everyone. Unfortunately, with the current civil war situation, the humans are all getting a bit of a bad look in most of the city, so your friends might have a bit of a time getting through here, but considering that I just left them in Sergeant Relic's care, they're either going to be killed or they'll be helped as much as possible.
Yeah, I think they're only a few steps away from war heroes, I guess.
Well, I won't say you guys going that far. We've definitely had several skirmishes along that level. I haven't been part of them myself, but I've heard stories from some of the soldiers as they're coming through. You lot wouldn't believe some of the fights that we've had before we got pushed back down to here. Now,
That's
yeah. Now, I would recommend a specific inn for you lot. Proprietor happens to be a friend of mine, and he's very accepting of humans, especially during these times, because he understands the plight of the non-aggressive humans. The Green Thumb Inn. Green Thumb Inn.
Is he still talking to
Albert and
Talsum and I?
Yeah.
Okay, because he said something. He said humans there at that last part, so I was just making.
Right, he's more so talking about the three who are in the middle of the interrogation at this point.
He thought we might like to stay together.
Yeah, he assumed that you guys are all together. You guys arrived together, so he assumed you guys were just, going to stay together.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just, that's fine. I'm, yeah, that's fine. Okay. That big guy, he mentioned something about, papers?
Oh, right, my bud. And he's going to hand both of you a card. I'm going to need you lot to sign these. I was able to pay off getting them with an official seal beforehand, or cost me a little bit silly, but considering how much you helped, don't worry about it. And he hands you these very, very nice they're actually like silver inlaid wooden cards with like a bunch of gold calligraphy around them, and they look. You can tell this is definitely dwarven craftsmanship, Elric, just from the look of it. And there's just a small section that's left, and he kind of hands you not like a pen or a pencil or anything. He hands you like a metal stamp tool, which you would know, Albrecht, you would use to stamp your name and not necessarily write it like a pencil.
Okay,
Like
so
magically?
What?
Like it signs our name magically?
More along the lines of you need to like tap 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 in the line of your name.
Ah, okay.
so is it?
I thought it was like you stamp on it and your name appears. Your real name appears magically.
It's not shaped like anything. It's just like basically a short straight line or something like that, or is it?
It's the shape of a business card, but about twice the actual size.
No, I meant the little stamp that we're using.
It basically looks like a steel pin
Okay.
that you would
I
use to mark your name in the softer metals.
All right. I would take it and put in the mark of the Demon Cutter Forge. I mean the Stone Cutter Demon Forge. Excuse me, I just shortened my own name. And then just write Albrecht after it.
All right, tells him, what are you gonna write? He basically shows you how to do it, so you don't need to worry about like being able to do it yourself.
Do I feel like there's any magic in this thing that will detect if I'm being untruthful or something?
No, these are lumps of metal.
Okay, we'll just put Tulsum.
All right.
And here we go.
Well, thank you very much.
I would. Oh, go ahead.
Alright, you two keep hold of that. I'll need that stamper back. And with my signature on a piece of paper, that will go till it's the city records. Those are now official city cards. You're welcome to go and come and go throughout the city as you please as normal citizens. I will recommend a couple places for you, and I know Rorik wants to talk to you in the market square, but I think we should wait for your friends. They should be about done right now.
He pointed out to us the Green Thumb Inn, right?
Right, he mentioned the Green Thumb Inn is a good place to sleep.
But did he actually point it out to us from where we are? Or he just mentioned it as a place.
He mentioned it as a place. From what you can
Okay.
tell, you're not near it right now. I'll say you
okay.
guys right now are like right here.
Okay.
And as he mentions that, the quote-unquote humans in the party will round the corner with their visas. And Bragg will kind of wave you guys down and basically join the party up again at that point.
Hey, they actually made it.
Well, I'm glad to see the three of you are still alive. I thought we were gonna have to start a war. Oh wait, we already did.
Close to a point, but there was like some talk and some other things, and just in case if we are still here when the raid happens, we have to help now. We have to help.
All right. Anything else that we should be aware of? And I'll kind of whisper at this. Try to whisper a little bit, and I'll say, "Did you tell any stories that we need to remember?"
They may or may not know about how we got here.
Yeah, there's that.
And about the wish spells.
There's that too.
Yeah, just don't bring it up to anyone.
Tulsum
Yeah.
just laughs.
Yeah, try your best to keep it on the down low.
I hope you just didn't ruin my business.
No,
right.
no. It's not on any of us. It's on that one guy that gave it to all of us.
Who is a business partner? But let's cover that another time.
Yeah.
Also,
Bragg, you mentioned the Green Thumb Inn. It's a good
Right.
place to stay.
Right, it's more in the upper district, but it's one of those few places in the upper district that's never full because it's too expensive. Yeah, but, like I said, the guy who runs it's a friend of mine, he owes me a few favors, so I can get you guys in for half price, which should be decent enough for you.
Also, we need to make a stop. I need to go and see, like some type of religious temple thing. What was it called again? It was, Styx has already forgot, and also I have to.
Well, we got plenty of temples all throughout the city, but we need to cater to our religion.
I need to see some council person who's gonna give me some kind of visa that allows me to not get rocks thrown at me.
Right. I thought one of you lot, or a couple of you might have to go see the councilman's men.
Is there like a head of all things religious? Because I think I have to go and see that guy.
Well, we don't really
Again,
know.
I forgot who, who he
So
said.
it was some kind of bishop. That's all I remember. He said.
Hey.
So if
I'll say that it was like Bishop something,
Rowan was not paying attention to who those guys had to go to, and he only picked up the bare highlights of where he had to go. That being council, rocks.
Ricky, please, Ricky.
I think you have to go to the temple in the center of the city.
Do you know where that is? I might need like a little bit of help there.
City.
We'll go ahead. Alright, hold on, guys.
It's that giant church in the center of the city that you can see from outside the city.
So, like I said, that image before isn't technically accurate. That is actually the massive citadel.
I'm guessing that's where I'm going then.
Okay, so Bragg will basically I'm gonna take care of you guys one at a time here. Bragg will look at you, Rowan.
Right, well, you're not going to be able to see the actual councilman, because, in all honesty, you lot aren't going to be talking to any council members unless they summon you. I don't know why they would, and I hope they don't, because usually that's a bad thing. I know a couple councilman representatives, which is basically a district of representative of the councilman. There's a lot of red tape here, I'm sorry.
He has to get he has to talk to the human one?
Right. There are about 5 district heads underneath the human councilman. Well, any one of them will do. I don't know any of them personally, and I don't know any of their reputations, unfortunately. But I can direct you to some people who might know more than myself. As for you, lad, and he looks at you, Styx, we have a handful of temples in the center. Do you know which denomination you're looking for?
I actually have to go there to get my visa.
Right, no, what I'm asking is, do you know which particular god of worship's temple you're looking for?
No clue.
I think someone mentioned Pelor.
I just, Pillar?
Pelor, yeah.
Paylor.
Yeah.
Pelor,
Oh.
if you pronounce it like that, sure.
Pillar.
Where? Well, oh god, I will just tell him the guy's name, because I cannot pronounce that.
So, unless you want to have forgotten, Styx would remember Deacon Willsby.
Oh, Deacon Wellsby, that was the name.
I will.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Deacon Wellsby. Wellsby. Okay, yep. Yeah, I will tell him that I need to go and see Deacon Wellsby.
Oh, right, he's got one of the Tepelo temples in the center of town. I'll probably be able to see him first, honestly. He'll be kind of close to where Rourke's waiting for you lot. And you want to see the Lord Mage? He kind of laughs at that, Ricky.
That's who I was told to see.
Well, he told you to see him.
Yep.
I'm sorry, my friend, that's a lot of more red tape than any of these folk are going to have to go through. Lord Mage is a busy man. Bloody hates you
Isn't he
lot.
in charge of assigning mages to this town guard?
Well, yeah, but we don't get that many mages in from the refugees. Mostly we're just...
Congratulations, you've got a mage in the town guard.
Alright, I'll just be honest with you straight. Mate, he does not like humans, so you're going to have an uphill battle with him.
How does he feel about the Fae?
Well, he's an elf, so I hope he likes them.
Well, that's who taught me, so hopefully he's a fan.
Right. He just said low mage, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pronounce this because I got it from a name generator. So, that is the name of the... Efandil Nasam... whatever.
Efandil Nasam.
You fondled what?
Did you say Wakanda?
Oh gosh.
Honda Nassau.
Right, so he basically says that
He's the low mage, he's a high elf, one of them pious types. I really don't like him myself. He does not have a good thought on humans, even before this whole civil war, and now he's basically using it as a scapegoat for not letting many humans into the magic god.
You know, this would all just be a lot easier, like this whole situation, if people just were cool with each other.
Yeah,
Right.
you are right.
I completely agree with you. And we try to be as accepting as possible here, but you must understand from what you've seen, obviously, there is a bit of a stigma against humans, at least.
The humans we met so far are idiots.
Right, you not only dealt with the frontline soldiers, those are the ones I send in the vanguard to die because they are fucking idiots.
They were rather incompetent, yeah.
Very.
And
they were definitely overconfident.
And you there, as he points to Ricky, you more taking out some of their catapult operators. You think those lots are idiots? They have to do all the math to see how they're gonna hit.
Yeah, and you noticed what they hit back in our camp we were leaving, right?
No,
Ricky, do you need any help with this law mage guy?
Well, I don't think so.
All
I
right.
think he'll probably say I can't join the guard. I'll tell him I need a visa. He'll deny me, and then I'll demand that he test me for my competency.
Right, and he might turn you into a rat and throw you off into the ocean. I'm not gonna be, I'll just say this now, I'm not gonna be there. I can tell you how to set up an appointment. I cannot say that he will actually let you make an appointment before your visa runs out. I'm gonna try and wash my hands of dealing with your own thing. I hope you understand, mate.
Yep.
So, I guess, are we walking as we're having this conversation?
Yeah, you guys are walking. At this point, after it's been a while, you guys are walking. You're about here in this little crossroads area.
Are we going towards the market?
Right, you guys are going to. You guys can at this point. You guys can see down the road this big open area here, which looks to be a big open air market with a bunch of stalls.
Can you point us in what direction would be the best way to get to the docks? And I'd also like to know where your forge masters are.
Well, the Forge Masters live in the High Docks, because that's one of the more defensible positions, and they're able to leave on their ships if they have to. We really take all craftsmen into account here, as I'm sure you can tell. This is, again, he's in tour guide mode, and he's gesturing towards all the different architecture and everything around you guys.
Does he give me good enough directions that I know how to get? He said the hay docks up here?
Yeah.
Or in this building up here?
The hay docks is this one small section in,
Okay.
in like the between that little like pocket of those areas. You can kind of see there's a bit of wall there. This right here is the massive citadel, which you guys could see from outside, and from here you can see that it towers above the rest of the city.
Okay.
And where's the office of the law mage?
The office of the law mage is in the upper districts, and he basically directs you. He eventually he finds like a town map, and points out that it's about here. It's very close to the citadel.
Oh, that reminds me. We should get a map of like the country and region, right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, you can find that most shops that would sell that kind of stuff, parchment, writing utensils, they usually have like a handful of maps on stock as well. I got a handful of those around here. If we're going to the market, you might be able to find one.
And where am I going?
Right. So, the human districts, or what's known as Nightbrow, they're out here, as he's pointing on the map. As you can see, there are some smaller walls, which means they're technically inside city walls, but they ain't inside the large walls. The guardsmen, your visa will allow you to go in and out of that one gate, and only that one gate, as much as you need during the visa's worth time.
Alright.
You really just need to try to communicate with the townsfolk there, have them direct you to a district representative, and one of them will be able to get you the councilman's seal, which they generally have on hand.
And now for me, where am I supposed to go again?
Well, the temples for Palor are on this little bit right here, the triangle. That's where the religious sector of the city. We just tried to shove all the churches into one spot so that they aren't fighting over all the prime real estate.
Right. I have to go and see Deacon Wispy.
Well, and he's one of the foremost followers of Palor in the city. He's not that hard to find. You really just need to find anybody with the symbol of Palor, and they'll be able to bring you right to him.
Right.
And where's the green thumb bin, by the way?
Oh, the green thumb in is right here. It's this kind of like kitchen knife looking thing.
Oh.
Right.
Well, I see you guys have a lot going on. Unless anyone wants me to do anything, you know where to find me.
Well, I think we gotta meet Rorik first, right over there. I assume we can see Rorik at this point, maybe?
Right, at this point you guys are right at the corner of the market square. You can see Rorik was kind of sitting off to the side waiting for you guys. And he sort of walks up and approaches.
Bragg tell you where to go?
Yep.
Sorry, his voice is a little high-pitched for being an old man.
Okay.
Be sure to salute, guys. You're in the presence of a colonel, apparently.
Alright, that, Styx will give, the worst salute probably any soldier has ever seen. He's only doing it from memory.
Rowan, considering his soldier background, would visibly cringe at this, and then give an actual salute.
Albert would probably walk up behind him and fix his arm and...
So Rorik will just sort of wave you guys off
I'm retired. Was retired. I probably need to talk with council about if reinstated or not. But that is something I will deal with. I need to give you... common. Difficult, goblin village, you understand.
Indeed.
You save my village, you save my daughter-in-law, you save our children, you save us more than once. If you need anything in city, I will use what clout I have to help. I do not have gold to offer, unfortunately, but that is what I can offer.
That is fine. Thank you, good sir. I was
You
happy
have-
to help.
You have the right to use my name in conversation if need be.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
This can help with Ricky's thing.
So, try not to ruin his reputation, though.
Quick question. Do you know about getting boats that we can use?
I have been in village for a long time. Bragg would know better on boats.
Right, I told you last I heard that we were converting every seaworthy vessel into a defense fleet. I haven't been told anything different since arriving, so can't really help, unfortunately.
I was gonna go, Rowan. I was gonna go and see the forges and maybe get some work in, which are apparently isn't too far from the docks. So maybe I'll be able to do something there too.
Well, the hay docks are
good.
Well, the hay docks are the industrial docks. The west docks are where we have all of the fishermen and the
Docks are docks. They all got boats.
Well,
He looks a little dejected that he didn't get to finish his tour guide spiel.
Oh, poor guy.
Colonel Rorik,
Don't worry. He is a dwarf. Like, he's just a dwarf. There isn't anything else that I should need to say.
Right. If there's anything else you need, Rorik, I believe you need to go and seek the council base and let them know what's been going on in the outer areas. Rorik kind of nods and bows to you guys, and thanks for last time, and heads basically straight for the Citadel. And then Bragg turns around and looks at you guys. Right, unless there's anything else you won't need, I'm gonna head straight for the Green Thumb and let my friend know to give you a lot of discount.
Sounds
I
good.
also think-
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to head to this holy place and see if they know who my mom or daddy is. Leaders.
Just so that you guys know, it is, again, midday. It's about 1:30 in the afternoon. So the market is bustling at this point, and as Rorik and Bragg leave your company, they basically just melt into the crowd, and you guys don't see them anymore.
I'm gonna head towards where he pointed Nitro was, towards the gates.
I'm gonna go towards the law mage's office.
Damn.
I'm trying to figure out who my mommy and daddy is, so you already know where I'm going, bro.
And I'm headed up to the forges and the hay docks. I'll probably walk with Talsim and Bragg over towards the Green Thumb and make sure that we get rooms, and then head up that direction to the forges.
Oh. I'm just letting you guys
Everyone's
know.
separated.
I know, I'm just letting you guys know. You have plenty of time on your business to get everything done one at a time, but if you want to split the party in a bunch of different ways, we can do that.
I'm fine with doing my thing later.
If anyone wants to come with me, I will not reject them.
I'll go with
because,
Sticks.
Thank you. Hey, that was quick.
I don't
Sticks
care.
to
I
me.
was just saying that at some point that's where Alberic is going to go. We don't have to really necessarily do anything unless there's important stuff to do there. I plan to
At this
work
point, it's
with
up to
the
you
Forge
guys.
Masters and improve my skill while we're here and have time and see what I can take back to my forge
So,
and
Carnes.
look for a boat.
Yes.
Carnes, I wanted to ask, for the other person's perspective. I forgot who said that they was going with me already. They will see Sticks actually go down the back alleys and search the walls, every small nook and cranny that you would think and that you would never try to look for. And I'm trying to look for any thieves' cant.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you have that little bit of a thief in you.
I'm trying to see if there's any games that I like need to look out for, or
Where are you?
like.
Are you looking in the market square, or are you doing this once you get into the religious district?
I'm like doing this on like the way there. Like I'm every once in a while I'll like look down some of the back alleys, and if I see any in like the market, I'll make note of it.
All right, give me a perception check then.
Ooh, perception. Not the best at it, but hey, hopefully I do better. Nope.
You do find one or two things, but they're generally marks next to a shop that say, this place has been looted, or this guy's got a weapon, look out, stuff like that.
Okay.
And there's not anything. There's not anything like go here to find the master of the underworld or anything like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't dare look for anything like that. I was like more or less trying to find if there's like any games that I might need to steer clear for.
Not one day in the city and he's already taken down the crime syndicate.
And if I can find like a wall where I think that that might be used for like either some trafficking or something else along those lines, he would make a message.
So you want to carve a message into the wall?
Yeah, not like a huge one, probably somewhere where someone that knows thieves can't would look.
Are you trying to be discreet about this at all?
Yeah. Of course.
Do I at least see him even though he's being discreet because I'm walking with them?
Roll me a stealth check, Sticks. Rowan, if you're there and you don't want to do it, don't want to actively bring attention, I'm gonna need a performance check from Rowan to act nonchalant.
It's a straight D20 for me. Oh!
Alright,
not bad.
That's good. So, you don't really get any... You're good enough at this that you can write it quickly without anybody seeing, and Rowan is good enough at just acting like he's just a normal person where you guys don't bring any attention to yourselves. So you're able to scroll whatever you want to into a little bit of a wall in the alley.
I do want to just kind of whisper to him, even one day in the city and you're already committing vandalism.
This is not vandalism. I am looking for some people, and pretty much I'm just gonna of course write my name, and pretty much the gist is I am looking for a slaver group that might have any a Black Panther tabaxi crap. I forgot people in my backstory.
You're good.
I'm giving
you're looking for the people from your backstory. I get you.
Yeah.
You're good. No, you can scroll with that stealth check and Rowan being able to basically cover for you. You're able to scroll like a short story into the wall if you want. So you're good on that. You take a couple minutes to do that, and you can keep on going.
I mean, to normal person, it doesn't look like much. Just but to me, that is a life story right there. That's my life story. But yeah, and then I will just keep it moving to the holy district, as if I did nothing wrong at all.
Why'd you write about little Johnny going to get grandma's to get some tea?
What?
Thieves' cant is like talking about nonchalant stuff when it actually means like, say, Timmy
It's-
fell
it's
down the
hidden
road.
message.
Yeah,
Let's go rob a bank.
I forgot,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's basically hidden messages within, like, random nonsense.
Yeah, like, pretty much, I just, like, wrote, like, a lot of weird, random shit.
I mean, that's why Thieves' Cant is so good as basically, like, graffiti, because you can just write whatever bullshit you want on the side of the wall, and it could be an incredibly in-depth and detailed description of defenses.
Yeah, like, you know, like, I'm, like, doing that.
And it can be something about a loaf of bread.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Why'd you write down a recipe?
so you guys are going to keep going into the religious district, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. Roll me an investigation. Actually, I want both of you to give me a religion check, and then an investigation check.
Like,
Can I go to the bathroom real quick?
Yeah, you're good.
Cool.
I can't really stop you, but...
It's just that,
can I
it's just that
roll?
I'm gonna ask Ricky something. So
17 for religion and 3 for investigation because I rolled a nat 1.
What would you like
Can
to ask
I...
me?
Go ahead,
Can I-
guys, come on. Go ahead, tells them real quick. Tells them.
went to, like, go and get,
Oh,
like...
I thought he had to ask Ricky something. Alright, never mind. So, Sticks with a 5-5 on religion. You
Yeah, like,
can't... Sticks, you can't quite remember what a Palor symbol looks like. You're not sure.
I'm just gonna start asking around.
The investigation was to see if you can find anybody who can help, and because you guys both appear human to to a lot of these people, which, again, it's very much a hodgepodge of different races, and you do
I
see a
still,
human
like,
once
have
in a
my
blue
wings
moon.
out.
Sorry?
I still have, like, my wings out.
Right, but you do see humans like once in a blue moon. The wings are basically what's stopping people from giving you dirty looks. But you don't really. People are partially because of the wings, and partially because you guys look like humans. You don't get many people willing to actually talk with you. What was the 17 and what was the net 1, Rowan?
17 was for religion and 3 for investigation.
So Rowan actually does see a group of nuns a group of elven nuns with Palor symbols around their necks. Unfortunately, you make the mistake of rushing towards them with great enthusiam, and
Running at them. Hey!
right, and all these elven nuns see is a massive human guy with a warhammer running at them, and they start fleeing.
Yeah,
Wait, come back!
Stop! No! Stop running after them! They're nuns, you idiot!
I just want to talk!
Like, just like, how long do we take just like trying to find, like, you know, any religious person actually willing to talk to us?
I'm back. Who nat 1 and why?
Rowan nat 1'd on his investigation check, and so they did find somebody, but he immediately scared them off by running at them.
Full charge with Warhammer in hand.
So you guys don't see anybody for a while after those nuns run away, and you have to show your visas to a couple of guards after they are called on you because of that.
Yeah, at like that point, I would just ask like the guards, like, yeah, I'm trying to meet so and so. So can you just point me in like general direction, like, you know?
Well, he's in the Temple of Palor, sir.
And where is that? I'm not from here.
Oh, that's right, the visa. It's hard. Look, it's hard to describe to people who don't know the city.
And he kind of points you to a general area, and he's like, and as he does that, he's like, look, once you get over there, pretty much every other person will follow over a payload, they'll be able to help you.
Okay, then I will bow and say thank you.
Just
Then
stop just stop attacking nuns, please.
I just wanted to ask him a question.
Well, you don't need a warhammer for that, son.
Oh yeah, I should probably put that away.
Yes, come on, my big buddy, come on. I'm just patting his back as I come on, buddy, come on, let's go. We got people to find.
I'll put my warhammer away on my back and then start following him. And just kind of give the guards an awkward
Okay, so, as you guys enter the Paylor area of the religious district, we're going to zoom on over to Albrick. What were you going to do, Albrick?
I was headed to the forges to see if I could participate in any of the work there and maybe learn some stuff from one of the master smiths.
Right, so you're heading to the Haydocks district, which is one of the docks areas, as well as the industrial center of the town.
Right.
You're able to... You actually find a spot where they're actually handing out city maps, so it's a bit easier for you to get there, and you're able to maneuver the streets without, having to ask every other person on the road. When you get in there, immediately the smog makes you start hacking up a lung. And...
Well, I haven't had that problem since childhood. Wow.
And because you're a dwarf, and you obviously have been smelting on a lot of stuff, this is not just coal dust, this is not just metal fumes. These guys are working with some weird chemicals. So, at some point, these guys must have just started working with alchemy very hard. Because there's some stuff in here that you can kind of smell that should not be that prevalent. Rowan wouldn't know because Rowan isn't there.
Okay.
But, so that's just what hits you immediately. The second thing that hits you is that once you get into this area, the demographics change very quickly to almost entirely gnomes and dwarves.
Gnomes and what?
Dwarves.
Oh, okay.
Your people.
Yeah, you're getting out a little bit.
Am I? Let me jump in and jump out of the Discord then. Hello?
Sounds good for now.
Yep, you're there.
Alright, sorry about that. Are you looking for any place in particular? Because basically down every street is a row of signs saying best dwarf in this, saying, not best dwarf, best forge in the city, yada yada, we're the best that there ever can be.
Ultimately I'm looking for one of the armor masters. And whoever's, I guess my first attempt is going to be asking for whoever is responsible for making the armor and weapons for the local militia or army.
Are you going to be asking anybody about that, or are you just going from shop to shop asking if they do that stuff?
I would probably, the first shop I saw, I would probably ask in there who is it that actually has the contract to make the armor and the weapons for the militia.
You go into this, it looks like a mom and pop shop from the outside, but when you go in there, there's just like one grizzled looking dwarf in the back who you fairly certain that even for a dwarf he doesn't bathe as regularly as he should. and the inside looks dirty and dingy, like almost the opposite of the nice-looking exterior. Like the outside is clearly a facade to bring in customers. But he's just sitting back there, like,
Well, hello there, sir. How can I help you?
Yeah. I'm looking for the dwarf that has the contract to make the armor for the army. Is that you?
Oh, I cannot say I have that contract, sir. What I do know a handful
Alright, thanks, that's enough. Do you know who it is?
Jedrick Steelsinger is going to be the
Steelsinger.
closest
Great.
one.
Thanks. I'll appreciate the time. And I'll turn out and walk out the door.
Are you sure you don't... Oh, okay.
Do I see any of the... So I'm going to, as I start walking down the street, I'm going to start looking at the signs. Do any of them appear to have either the name Steel Singer or a symbol that might represent Steel Singer?
There's his name for you. So you're looking for signs that say Steel Singer?
Yep, or that have a symbol that might, in Dwarvish, might represent Steel Singer.
You don't see anything around here because you kind of just you went into the first shop that you saw, so you're right at you're right at the district entrance area. So you don't see anything that with that marking, and there isn't anything on the free map thing that you picked up that would tell you specific shops or anything like that.
All right, I'll keep walking into the into the heart of the district then.
As you get further in, you notice that the smokestacks start getting higher and higher, and the buildings in the center of the district are massive. You look at a couple of them, and you can actually see metal-clad catapults being built inside behind a military guard.
I'll walk up to... so they're like behind a fence or something?
There is a large fence with military guards posted around it, and there is basically a big assembly yard next to a massive factory where they're building what look to be armored catapults.
Alright. I will walk up to where it appears there's an entrance. And approach the guard that's at that point.
One second.
Okay.
I thought I had that. I'll just play this then. Thanks for the music. I forgot that was still going too. I have it quiet on my end, so it's not drowning me out. So you're approaching the guard and doing what again?
So I want to make sure that it's one of the guards that's actually at, like, the entrance, one of the entrances to this area.
Right. Yeah, there's a guard at every entrance. There's two, in fact. Do you just want to approach them and do what exactly?
Yes, so, what race are they?
These two are Dragonborn. One is a green scale, one is a black scale.
Okay, I will. So I won't approach that one. I will keep walking. I want to. Do any of the gates look like it's more of a main gate versus sort of a backdoor gate?
The one you approached is one of the side entrances. There is a main, big, barn door style entrance where it seems like this is probably where they will wheel the finished catapults out to wherever they need to be. And that one, it has, one of the big doors open and about 5 guards just around the outside, keeping people in a semicircle away from it.
Alright, and what are the races of those guards?
One is a gnoll, a couple of them are gnomes, and one is a dwarf.
Alrighty. Is the dwarf by himself or with any of the other two types?
He's with the gnome. The other ones
Okay.
are like sitting right at the edges of the open door, and they are kind of in the center talking to each other.
Okay, I will approach the dwarf. And in dwarvish, I will. I'll give him a dwarvish greeting, like, hey, good afternoon. I have a question for you if you have a moment.
I have just a bit of a moment there, citizen. I'm here on one foot in business. What do you need?
I'm new in town here just for a short period of time, but I was interested in using my hammer to help make some of the armor at the Steel Singer foundry. Would you be able to point me in that direction?
Well, Steel Singer Foundry is a few blocks of it, and he kind of gives you a bit more directions, and even, like, once he notices you're holding one of the maps, he just kind of, like, marks it. I can't really zoom in on this, I wish I
That's
could, but essentially he points out the specific building. It is one of the massive buildings that is only slightly smaller than this huge fuck-off barn where they're building the ironclad catapults.
Okay.
And he just takes a look up and down. How old are you? You look like a puff.
I'm old enough to know how to swing a hammer and melt some steel.
Well, I hope you know a bit more than that for a Steel Singer. He's going to test you to see if you're able to work for him, that's for sure.
Yep, that's the plan.
Well, good luck, citizen, and hope that you're able to help. Every hand for the war if it's of good.
Thank you much. I appreciate the time. Maybe
And
we can
he-
get a drink.
And he turns around and in common he starts screaming. He just starts like quietly yelling at the gnome.
Now, I told them that you don't just slap it on with glue, it's rivets!
All right.
And that's what you hear as you are walking away towards it. Now, as you approach this massive building, from outside, it looks like this building, which is... Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of a real-world comparison, but none of you live in my area, so I can't really say anything in particular. Oh... It looks like a massive factory, like real-world factory type steel mill. And it has like 3 giant belching smokestacks, which look like they're going hardcore. There is a lot of dwarves around it, and a couple of other races as well. There is even more military guards around here than there were around the catapult factory. And these
Alrighty.
ones look like they are a much higher rank too.
Is there anyone who does not look like a soldier? Like,
Not that you can see from the outside. There is a main entrance that is clearly visible. It's not like the, supplies through here entrance. This is like the office's entrance.
right? All right. I'll head to that. I'll head to that entrance then.
There's still a couple of military guards there, but they're not going to stop you. They're just sort of like... The one dwarf guard will give you a bit of a nod, and the Goliath guard will just not really pay attention.
Okay. I'll give him a nod back and head up to the doors and go in.
Alright, so as you go in there, we're going to skip off and go to somebody else right now. So that has been... Talzum, you're going to go to the Green Thumb with Bragg, right?
Yeah. I thought we went with Albrecht already. Before he left.
Oh, were you going to the Green Thumb, Albrecht?
Yeah, I was following along with Talsum and Bragg. Yeah, because I had to go that direction anyway.
Alright, so...
He was just signing names before
right.
Yeah.
going, I think.
So you can, we just say you know where to go now, Albrecht. Bragg will just point it out to you, and then he would have directed you to where you needed to go. So, basically, like, he'll get you guys the discount, and he'll see if he can make sure that you guys have rooms, and that's about when Albrecht would have broken off to go to do his thing. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yep, perfect.
Alright.
Also, before that, Talsum would have looked at Ricky and say, not that I think you can't handle yourself here, but think you need help.
I think I'll be fine.
But will they be fine? The locals.
They should be. Locals love me.
That's the spirit.
So do in-laws.
Now that is something.
I am beloved by parents.
That feels like a reference to something that I don't know. And he will head towards the inn.
Alright. So, after you and Albert get there, Albert goes off to do his thing. Bragg would accompany you inside, and when you walk in, it's a nice place. It's not like the inns that you're used to in Plivia, where they're usually off the side of the road. They're usually, built to be a place for adventurers to stay. They're not, meant to be fancy. This place is akin to like a 3-star hotel in real life. And
damn.
it is kind of swanky. The reason is, this is the closest inn to the Citadel. From what you've been able to see. And as soon as you walk in, Bragg kind of just happily jaunts over to the counter and talks with the guy behind the counter who looks like a butler almost. But, it's kind of funny because he's a gnoll, so he's got the whole butler outfit, but he's got the unkempt hair poofing out from it too.
I was about to say, is that the guy from my tavern?
No, but the gnoll serviceman walks away, and Bragg kind of leans on the counter looking at you. Oh, well, he's going to get my friend. You're lucky. I know so many people in this city. Believe it or not, I used to run tours before the Civil War.
Is that so?
Oh yeah, this is one of the jewels of the country. You get a lot of people paying to come in here. I'll just do it for a little bit of extra cash, of course. I help out at my sister's shop most of the time for an actual wage. You lot should go there. He'll mark place down on your map. Go for Greta. Go there. Ask for Greta. Tell her that her brother Bragg sent her. You might have her a bit more inclined to help out your human friends.
Alrighty. What does she have for sale?
Oh, she's got all kinds of stuff. She's one of the few people allowed to sell magic stuff in the city. Of course, most of her stock's going towards the military these days, but she might be able to help you lot out.
By magic, you mean weapons?
Well, weapons, armor, scrolls. She's also a general store if you need anything like that, too.
Certainly sounds like a useful place.
Well, we're a bit pricier than the main market stalls, but we have quality stuff compared to their dime store crap.
I don't think most of the guys I am with are concerned about money right now.
Well, hey, maybe I don't need to give you that discount on the rooms then. He says that jokingly, and then it's incredibly odd to think about it this way, but a posh-looking Goliath walks down.
Posh.
He has
So how fancy does this place look? Does it look uptight?
There is gilded molding.
So like the Ritz?
They've got crown molding and shit, yo.
Yeah, gilded crown molding.
And there are like actual servants, butlers serving food.
Not necessarily
unseen
actual servants. The guy behind the desk looks like a bellhop. But the fact that they have a bellhop versus what the inns you're normally used to.
Where it's just the one person running it usually.
Yeah, where it's like a mom and pop situation where the father's the bartender and the mom's the cook. That's kind of what you guys are used to.
Yeah.
This looks like really thing. But a very posh-looking Goliath walks down. He's wearing a very nice tailored suit, which for a Goliath has got to cost a mint. And he's got like this. He's got the nose up in the air look to him. And he starts having a conversation with Bragg off to the side. And from what you can tell, he's not dismissive of Bragg, but he's trying to maintain his composure. It seems like Bragg is not necessarily an annoyance, but somebody that he has to deal with. After a while, he just sort of gives a bit of a nod to Bragg, and Bragg comes back over to you. You call this a discount I was talking about. It's still gonna be a couple hundred gold for you lot for the week.
Shouldn't be a problem. Do you need money now?
Oh, they usually ask for it up front if possible. If not, they tend to keep your ID cards.
Well, if they ask, I can provide for now, and I'm sure they'll divide equally.
Well, I told them how many you lot got, and they do know about the humans. They don't care what he spends. It'll be about 275 gold for 1 week.
And he's asking me to pay now?
Well, if you can. If not, he'll take one or most of your ID cards as collateral for the...
Should be fine. So 275?
Yep.
Talsim takes out that amount in mostly platinum.
Alright. The Goliath gentleman walks over to you. My apologies for the tour guide. I do hope he didn't cause you too much trouble. And you do notice that he didn't approach until he actually saw the money.
Right then. No, it's all fine. Thanks for the hospitality.
We tend
This
to think
place
of...
seems...
Sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
This place looks good, I guess.
We take
Not sure
pride
if
on being the best in the entire city. Our cook is second to none as well. If you need anything, your payment does include 3 free meals a day.
That's good to know. And now that you mention it, what are the chances that I might, since we're going to be here for a while, I'd like to speak to your cook. That's possible at some point.
He as soon as you ask that, his eyes go a bit wide, and it looks like he's got something stuck in his throat. Unfortunately,
Like tugging on his collar.
yeah, pretty much. The cook does not like to have visitors in her kitchen. She's particular.
Oh, that's a shame. You know, I thought I could find someone to teach me a few tricks.
If she would teach you anything,
Sure, it would be a boon. Please.
Can I insight just how scared this guy is?
Yeah, you can use insight if you want.
2.
Oof.
She sounds like a lovely lady.
Yeah, she sounds like a nice person to you. If that was in that one, you might think he's in love with her. Okay, so he looks back at you again. You each have your own room. Here are the keys, as he hands you one key for each party member, and you're all in a line. Your rooms are on the second floor with a balcony view of the citadel itself. And if you need anything, there are bells within your room that you can ring, and a serviceman will come to your aid.
Telsum is kind of frowning a bit at. Well, he wasn't exactly. He didn't exactly like the whole. How the tavern looked. He thought it was a bit too fancy for his taste, and now everything he's offering is just like, yeah, sure, I'll take it, thanks. Anyway, how about some mail?
And with that, he will direct you towards the bar, which is a nice bar. It looks like they have a pretty good amount of selection and everything. And I assume you're just going to sort of hang out there, right?
Yep.
All right.
And is there anything like a stage for people to perform?
There is, but it looks like it's covered up. If you ask him, then performances are scheduled only and normally at night. It's still about 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
So I couldn't just go there and try something.
No, you would have to ask to be put into the schedule.
Maybe at some point.
So, with that, we go to our last person for the night. Ricky, you wanted to head straight for the Law Mage, right?
Yep.
Alright. So, if I remember correctly, he was able to show you the right building to go to, and Bragg was, at least, and told you basically, yep, good luck with that. So, are you just making a beeline for it?
Yep.
Alright. You get to the area that Bragg pointed out on the map. The architecture in the area, from what you've been seeing, has all just been, hodgepodge. Probably whoever built this house was that race, and it's, whatever is whatever. As soon as you get into this area, it is all elven make. All very posh looking, all, a lot of gilded shit. This is clearly, if it's not called it is the Elven District, almost. It's also the Magical District, because the torches and sconces are replaced with magical lights on metal poles and a bunch of other stuff. You notice just the use of magic and magical items just increases exponentially as you get further into this area. The building that you were pointed out to is not hard to find. It is the only 3-story building in the area. And when you approach it, not only is there a handful of military guards outside of it, but there is a line of scholars with books and papers and everything trying to get to the front door. And it basically looks like a bunch of it looks like a bunch of college students trying to get in to see the dean.
Ricky would walk up to the guards and speak to them in very fluent Elvish that he is a wizard who was told to report here to join the town guard.
Just to be clear, you weren't told that you had to join the town guard.
I know. I know. He's
okay.
doing this as part of the way to get in because
All right.
this guy's in charge of all of the mages in the town guard. So easiest way to get in, claim you're joining it.
All right. Just trying to make sure we're all set on that.
I was referred by Colonel Rorick.
So, all of these guards are high elf, and are you going up to the guards that are right next to the door, or are you going up to the ones near the end of the line?
Are
you
the ones that are closer?
That would be the ones near the end of the line, because you're kind of going up the street where it is. So the guard will look towards you.
So long as the ones at the end of the line didn't stop me, I would kind of go from the side towards the ones at the door, as non-threateningly as possible.
If you start walking past the line and then start going towards the door, if you telegraphing that you're just trying to bypass the line, you're gonna get a lot of dirty looks from the people who are in line.
I don't think Ricky cares about dirty looks.
Unless it's dirty looks.
But
when you approach the guard, he looks down at you and he just says, "What do you want, human filth?"
I told you. I was told to come see the law mage to get my appointment in the town guard as a wizard. And on top of that, I need him to sign off on this visa.
It takes a look at the visa. If you didn't have that seal, I've just torn that up and thrown you out. Get to the back of the line, human.
All right.
If you do actually go to the back of the line, there's about 8 people in front of you.
Ricky's gonna be in that line for the rest of the campaign.
To testing your patience just a little bit here, the first 3 people and the 8 people in front of you take about an hour and a half to get whatever they need to be done. So it's been an hour and a half and you're still only 6th in line.
No, Ricky would just start reading from his spellbook.
Oh, I should ask, do you still have the baboon carrying the cart next to you?
Yes.
You get some odd glances towards the baboon with a shopping cart.
Humans and their slaves.
And the cart had 2 kegs of ale in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
While Ricky's in line reading his spellbook, just quietly reaches over, pulls out a cup, gets a glass, just starts sipping on it while he's reading his spellbook.
The baboon will share a glass of ale with you as you're waiting, because it's not moving either, so it's just sort of sitting with you.
In fact, because I'm reading my spellbook and this is taking so long, I think we can call this a short rest.
Not necessarily. You're gonna have to be standing upright the whole time, because if you try and sit down, then the guards will yell at
occasional move.
Yeah, the guards will yell at you and consider you a vagrant if you just sit down at all. The line is for people who are waiting to get in, not people who are sitting on the street type thing.
Ricky puts away his book, starts rolling a joint.
Basically, everybody who walks by here is almost universally elven. Mostly high elf, a little bit of wood elf, and
Oh yeah, they're high elves.
and very rarely you see a drow or two. But by the time that you get to the door, as in the person in line in front of you is inside for his meeting or whatever, it's almost sundown. It's been a good almost 5 hours at this point of you waiting in line, if you are willing to wait that long.
Yep.
When you do see the person who was in front of you leave, and you approach. It's the same guard who told you to get to the back of the line, and she looks back at you. Oh, you actually stayed in line. For goodness sake. I will inform the law mage that you are here to speak with him. But I will tell you now, I will throw you out if that is my order. And keep that monkey out here. Don't need him shitting all over the floors.
No problem. His bare ass kinda, does not make me look very serious.
Says Ricky.
Says Ricky as he takes a puff on his joint.
Still sipping on ale.
So you're directed into this office space, and to the law mage's eyes, a somewhat nicely dressed, I assume you're kind of nicely dressed, considering you sit yourself off as nobility.
Yeah, I do have fine clothes.
Okay. Yeah, so a somewhat nicely dressed human with a joint in his mouth and a cup of ale in his hands. Yeah, probably, yeah, Rick. Walks in, and what you see in front of you is a high elf man who has a very long white beard and is wearing very, very ornate military-style armor. It's interesting because, from what you understand, he's a mage, but he's wearing full plate. Almost.
A battle mage.
He puts a few books away, probably something from his last meeting, and he turns to look at you. What are you?
Well, I'm a human, unfortunately.
Clearly. Well, then
Ricky
get
would
on with it.
produce-
What are you doing in my office?
Ricky would produce the piece of paper and the temporary visa, and then just kind of put them on his desk and slide them halfway across so he can see them, but without Ricky actually touching any of his stuff.
He'll use like a pen to maneuver the paper because he doesn't want to touch anything with his hands that you've actually touched. And he'll kind of like look over it. You want me to give you a card, a human?
Well, on top of that, I would like to do two more things. Sign up for your town guard, because you need all the mages you can get apparently. And there's something I would like to turn into you that you might appreciate. And with that, he would take out the Tome of Clear Thoughts and put that on his desk.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought you were gonna give him a can of ravioli.
Okay, so with that, we will end for tonight.
Yay!
Woo woo.
It is 10 p.m., and with that, I think that's a good stopping point. Everybody got to a good point where we can all have a good think over the next couple of weeks and come back and basically finish up everybody's individual story.
Guys, I'm gonna need my money.
Alright.
No worry, I can. Albert can get you some of that back. No worries.
Well,
All
I
right.
might not need to stay at the inn if I join the town guard successfully.
Too late, it's paid.
I spent all my stuff on the fancy tools that I barely got to use.
Don't worry,
I'm-
I got you covered.
It was
I'm either
275?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm either about to join the town guard or be incredibly arrested.
or just flat out thrown out of the town, maybe into the ocean.
No. Think of everything else that the enchanter guy there sent us to get. All of it was shit that is illegal under a multi-country, like, fucking...
Like I said, into the ocean, possibly with a ball and chain tied to your leg to hold you down there.
Well, the other possibility with that is he'll be like, what the fuck, where did you get this? And then he'll just be like, someone who was pretty shady, you know, told me to go after it, and I was like, oh, I don't think it should go back into his possession.
Oh man, this is really going to ruin my business.
I was laughing the whole time that they were throwing him under the bus, because I'm like, oh gosh, Albrick, no.
Sorry, man. What were we supposed to do? He asked where we came from.
Oh, hey, look, I'm not saying it should have gone down any other different way. I'm just sitting here thinking that that's the enchanter I go to get my special weapons enchanted to sell to get more money to make other things.
I mean, you could use Ricky for that.
I feel like you didn't have to screw him that bad. Did you have to mention the wish spell?
I mean, to be fair, he was kind of a douche.
The fact that you guys mentioned the wish spell is what basically now has you guys legally obligated to help defend the city.
Right?
I mean, I was gonna do it regardless.
Right, I'm sure most of you would have done it regardless, but now you have to if you want to.
Hey, if you think that that's bad, imagine if they send people to arrest him and he starts flinging off fucking wish spells at him.
Right. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream there. Bye, everybody. We'll see you not next week, but the week after that. Have a good time.